All right. So I got us live. Excuse me. Excuse me. Got us live on YouTube so far. Just waiting for our good friends over Rockfin to catch up. All right. We are live on Rockfin, and let me double check. Uh-oh. What is that? What is it saying? Reopen your browser. So let me just double check to make sure everything's good on Facebook. Yeah, Facebook. Why does it keep showing locked? All right, let me unlock this real quick, and then we can get started. Yeah, I got to figure out how to change this. Let's see, edit audience, public. Anybody can come in. All right, cool, good. That's good to go now.
Now we're good.
All right, so. All right. Wow, I don't know why it's only showing 2 people. I see more than that definitely in the chat. But throw a shout out to some of our friends, colleagues, especially since they were here patiently waiting for us. So I was running a little bit behind. But I see Warren is in the building. I see La Senora Chamonique, see Miguel, Peace Dove Yonina. Case Study QB is in the building. Oh shit, what's up? If that's really Case Study, because I've definitely enjoyed a lot of his videos and give him a lot of credit for having to sit through so much of that mainstream media, because a lot of people who don't understand how the editing game works, for like a 5-minute clip, you might spend easily an hour or more working on it. So, if that's actually Case Study QB, much love to him. And over to the Rockfin side, shout out to all y'all who are coming in as you come in. And before we get going with anything, gotta send so it is him. Oh, nice. Thanks. Glad to see you here. Chris, how are we doing? How was this week?
What's good, man? The week actually went by pretty quick. And well, first let me start off before I go too far. Everybody who decided to join, thank you. We appreciate it. We appreciate the love as usual. But no, the week went by actually pretty quick. Personally, it was same old shit, just work and, shit like that. But as far as like news, to steal a phrase from my homeboy, it was like a slow news week, right? Even though it was big news, considering that, the DNC, news with another candidate who was running, there was news there to be discussed. But I don't know, maybe because I really don't care too much about that whole process. So to me, it wasn't big. It wasn't big news. You know what I'm saying?
But of course, we'll visit it just a little bit because it is the big story of right now. And so I kind of want to talk about that also in conjunction with some of the stuff that went on with RFK, because I think this is going to be telling on how some of this political stuff's going to go, even though, speaking for myself, definitely, and I'm pretty sure I can speak for you too, Chris, that we're kind of don't have a dog in this fight. And so
at all, bro. You already know.
So I feel like if anybody is listening to us, whether you agree with our take or not, I think you're probably going to get one of the most honest assessment of our viewpoints. We're no kind of spin, because we don't have any agenda. I'm not secretly like trying to root for Kamala while pushing for Trump, or secretly I'm really Jill Stein. I have no agenda. We have no agenda here. So we're just talking about it as people who were thoroughly engaged in the process, still following the horse race and how it affects all of us nonetheless. And also, I would put that I called it a subscriber show. Granted, all the people who are here may not be subscribers. Maybe you're just viewers. Maybe you're just swinging through. But if you are in here live and you would like to hop on, ask us some questions, whether it's on some kind of hot topics that's going on, whether it's stories that most people aren't talking about, or whether that is something that is a big story, but you just want to hear our takes on it, and we haven't talked about it. At some point, I will put a link out there, and you're free to hop on the show if you've ever wanted to hop on the show, and then bring up whatever topic or issue that you would like to go into. Try to be mindful of the time, just in case other people want to get on. I don't want to turn into a situation where we have 8 people all on trying to talk about a bunch of different things. But yeah, we can definitely do 1 or 2 if they're if you guys are talking on the same stuff, or if it's only one person and see somebody else who wants to get on. Make sure to be mindful that somebody else may want to get on and might have a completely different topic they want to go down. So that is that. Chamonique says Jimmy Dore is telling people to vote Trump. Now what a plus bag. Why do people like to pretend like only Democrats are corrupt when the Republicans are just as corrupt, like Jimmy's brain dead audience? Woo. Well, what I would say is I look at it like this. A lot of the independent left, many of them have come to the conclusion that the Democrats are the lesser of 2 evils. And also I think a lot of this comes from bitterness of, candidates that we've all supported getting screwed over, and kind of just wanting a little bit of revenge back. I know there is a big segment of former Bernie Sanders supporters who have gone sour on things, people who are Green Party, Jill Stein supporters who want some get back. And so they're willing to, they care more about seeing the Democrats suffer. Also, I forgot all about the Marianne Williamson people. Some of them, they'll probably fold back into the Democratic Party, but you do got a bunch of people who felt like there should have been an open primary to once Biden stepped down, to allow for an option for somebody else to be able to get in. And I definitely hear that argument. I mean, makes sense to me. I just think that in such a short span, it would only allow you to put up the handful of candidates who are already up, because somebody else who's in Congress or Senate wanted to throw their hat in the ring. It'd be a little hard to throw together a campaign so fast. So with it being such short notice, well, that's the reason why. Well, that goes into the whole argument that they should have allowed the primary process to play out in the first place instead of shutting it down and keeping Biden only in there. But I don't know. I rambled along enough, but that's my thoughts on that. The DNC, whew, interesting. I was going to be there, try to bring you guys some stuff, but I'm working on, I'll tell you guys now, I'm working on trying to be there for the inauguration. Doesn't matter who the candidate is. Try to get you guys some interviews on the ground, maybe some collaborations with some other content creators who may be there. But the DNC, Chris, what were some of your takeaways?
I didn't watch the DNC like in real time, the way I watched the RNC. I watched mostly clips online, whether it was YouTube or Twitter or Instagram. So that's how I caught most of it. I did see the speeches by the Obamas. I took notice of a couple things, not just with them, but just with the DNC overall. They were very heavy on the entertainment and light on virtually everything else. And it goes to show, again, even for, I would typically make this comment in connection with how they treat Black folks, right? Their base. And say, like, they always have to offer an entertainer with everything they do. But this goes beyond just their Black voting base. This is how they entertain their entire base. Those people were so hyped up to see Lil Jon come out the crowd, singing "Turn Down for What." Who else was there? They had, again, so much to the point that we talk about is so much theater. Didn't they have the chick and the guy from Scandal, that political show that used to come on ABC years ago? Or
yeah, Yeah,
Kerry Washington.
Yeah, Kerry Washington. Yeah, she came out with Kamala's nieces.
Oh, okay. I saw her in
I think
the white guy who goes.
The guy who plays the husband, I think he was kind of being almost like the MC. I think he was there the first night. He's the same guy
Oh, okay.
who's in, because it's kind of funny. I was watching Due Dissidence coverage, and it's funny how like they didn't know hardly any of these celebrities. It's kind of hilarious. But that was a whole nother take that I saw. Like, for instance, when Steve Kerr came out, they had no clue who Steve Kerr was. They're like, why is this? I guess it says that he's the Golden State's coach. Why is he here? I'm like, then if you don't understand the relevance, okay, not only was he Golden State's coach, but he was the USA coach. Also, he played on he was part of the Bulls championship teams. So you know, having they got to get some kind of Chicago pseudo legend to a degree who they can get out there. And Steve Kerr has been very politically active and definitely put out a lot of his perspectives, definitely leaning heavily towards the Democrats. So it would make sense to get somebody like that out there. And I think it also is like strategy wise, if I'm going for low information voters, I felt like they did a lot of smart things getting some of these people out there.
Yeah, they what they did was successful with the group of people it was supposed to be successful with. You know, again, people in their late 50s to 60s and 70s, they thoroughly enjoyed it. All the grandmas and aunties, you know, they thought the world of it. Their only disappointment is that Beyonce didn't actually show up.
Yeah.
That was another weird thing that users on the internet put together a clip, right? Mm-hmm. And it was all of the references and mentions of Beyonce and how she might come or something to that effect. And just the way that they were like, oh, rumor has it that Beyonce's coming. Yeah, Beyonce's coming. It's almost like they wanted to make sure that people didn't change the channel by keep telling them, you know, they're going to reveal a surprise and one of the lucky viewers is going to win, you know, $10,000. You know what I mean? That's the way they treated it.
I mean, I look at it like this. My biggest issue, and I can honestly put this to both sides. If you were a person who's kind of more of a policy wonk, then there's not much left to desire from what you saw from either of the conventions. I'll say that both of them did hit on the notes that they needed to hit on as far as their strategic mindset. The RNC really hit heavily on their bedrock issue of immigration. That was an ongoing thing over and over and over. I felt like the Democrats with Kamala, they did hit on abortion, which if I was running their campaigns, I would tell them to do that also. I would tell them keep hammering this over and over and over, because you know a lot of women are going to vote on that issue.
You know, I'm for everybody having their own choice. If you are against it based on a religious reason, then you know what? That's between the person who makes that decision and their maker if they believe. It's not for me to tell anybody what they should be doing. However, I do find it very weird, though, that they are leaning so heavily on this abortion issue. You're inside saying, oh, you know, we're the party of families and we're giving earned income tax credits and child tax credits and shit like that. But when are you supposed to qualify, or how do you qualify for those things if you don't have any children, if you got the abortion bus in front of your venue? I just think that was a weird contrast. You know, they showed people, you know, using the services. I'm sure some women got an abortion while they were there and some men got vasectomies while they were there. They were offering that, I believe, in the first night. And again, it's just a weird it's just weird to me.
Well, but you got to understand that, like, from a messaging battle, the Democrats have been successful at being able to deliver multiple messages to multiple people, even if they're contradicting messages. I mean, you had Bernie hop on stage and complain about millionaires and billionaires, and then turn right around and have JB Pritzker get on and brag about his billions. I mean,
yeah. Yeah, so it was just a highlight of inconsistent. It was they were consistently inconsistent, if you will.
yeah, and I think that's kind of been something. If we're being honest, that's kind of been the Democratic Party has kind of worked as a la carte. We're going to put out all these different issues, and we get it. You are a single issue on this one thing. You're a single issue voter on that. You're a single issue voter on that. And if you want those issues, then you come to our party. Now, the thing is, most of the Democrats have kind of just been like, well, I'm getting X policy, so I can ignore this over there. And that's the issue. I mean, you had McBath, Representative McBath, who she's there basically because she was an activist against gun violence. Her son was, I think, her son was Jordan Davis.
I think so.
Yeah, Jordan Davis. That's the one I was telling you about last week, that he got shot in the gas station that was literally a couple of blocks from my apartment when I was living in Jacksonville. Her issue is, trying to get some kind of legislation, red flag laws, things like that. And so, everybody is there for their own individual different things. Shout out to, I see Rick's in the building, Nit Ram, Lucy from Blue Moon. And what's up, Emmanuel? Emmanuel says, getting snipped on your way to the conference is wild. Yeah.
It is, yo. I don't know if you saw it, Marcus, but they had the bus. They had the bus outside the venue.
You were joking when you told me that the other day. I thought you were just kind of thought you was just messing with me. Until I saw it, I was like, wow.
That's what I'm saying. Look, here's the thing. It's kind of, I'm not a woman. I can't say it, but I will assume that whenever you go to have an abortion, that is something like very personal. Mm-hmm. And to think that you probably already feel a way as a woman whenever you're when you're on your way to have that procedure done, I'm sure you feel with a whole lot of thoughts and emotions and feelings. And I'm sure you want to just go to the parking lot, pull up, just quickly put your head down, go inside, deal with the procedure, and then go home if you're able to, depending on how was it. And the fact that they would have that bus right out in front of the venue, and people are filming you, walk into there, it's very weird that you would want to make that like such a highlight. You know what I'm saying? Again, if I'm going to get a vasectomy, clearly it's totally different feeling from an abortion. I'm not at all trying to compare the two procedures. However, even if I was going to vasectomy, like I don't want a camera crew right out there filming me about to go get the little snip joint. You know what I'm saying? I want to go and have my privacy. So I just, again, that's just my personal thought. Again, it just seems very weird. It's again, you can't talk about families and at the same time you're like, hey, go.
Yeah, I mean,
hey, go handle that. You know what I mean? Like say one thing or say silent about the other. I just feel you can't say both. I can't be like, I love my niggas and then be outside shooting at everyone I see.
But to be honest, I used to always feel that way whenever I heard the term pro-life. I'm like, so you're pro-life for babies, but y'all believe in the death penalty.
Yeah.
Like, come on. And it's like, I don't know. I'm not going to go. I guess I'll throw out briefly some of my old thought pattern in it. But it's like, I always felt the Republican Party cares about a baby till they're about, maybe a year old.
A year, man. You talking about 2 minutes old, kid? 2 minutes.
Okay, all right. Care about you until boom. As soon as you pop out of that womb, and then after that, hey, that baby, all your problem. Hey, I don't give a shit about that baby. It's like,
don't ask us for anything.
yes. I don't know. I'd always thought it was just wild looking at both of these campaigns.
Yeah,
It, it, it really was like between the whole Biden love fest. Oh, Biden was so great. Sorry we had to kind of, push you aside. But we still love you. Everybody loves you. And we really all love Kamala. Kamala is so great. I mean, before you guys even knew it, like, even though y'all guys thought that Kamala actually sucked and she was kind of a political chameleon and really never stood on any solid policies, no, really, she's a rock star that we've all been waiting for. And then, oh yeah, your girl Hillary Clinton compared herself to Shirley Chisholm too.
Did she pull out the hot sauce out of her purse or out her bra this
I
time?
think she learned. I think she learned from it. I think she's gonna probably have Tabasco next time. Trying to appeal to a different audience.
Gotcha. Okay, I guess wrong place, wrong venue. But it was, again, from what I saw, it was crazy. I was low key upset that California was using "Not Like Us" when Gary Newsom was talking, because I really wanted to be like, y'all not like us.
That was so cringy. That was so cringy.
It was really, really bad. There was a couple cringe moments, but overall, I think the DNC did what they were supposed to do with the people they were trying to entertain. The people who like that, again, for the grandmas and the aunties and the moms who are still around, especially Black women, they really enjoyed that. They really, really, really enjoyed it. And the votes are going to come down to the same. The votes are going to be broken down along similar lines as that we've seen in the past. The number that I am interested in seeing is the black male vote, and I'm not switching between Black Americans or Caribbeans or Africans.
Population overall.
Yeah, the Black male population, that I'm very interested in seeing. Like, obviously we won't know until after, but that would be one of the numbers I would really be interested in seeing how they voted and if they voted at all.
Well, see, I honestly think that it's probably going to be more of a. Now, if it was still Biden, I would say you probably just have more of the Black vote just sitting home overall. But at the same time, I think what you're going to have is Trump is definitely going to have an uptick in Black voters. What that uptick turns into exactly, because we do know a lot of these people every election, or every 4 years, because they don't come out for every election, but every 4 years for presidential election, they claim, I'm going to do this and I'm going to do that, and a lot of them sit home and don't vote anyway.
Yeah.
So I would say, what did Trump get last time? About what, 12% of the Black vote or higher?
Think something like no, I thought it was a little bit higher.
It's higher than that. I'm thinking Bush. Sorry, Bush got about 12%, and then the next Republican Trump got close to 20%. I think.
I believe that's what it was. Yes. And the thing is,
a little higher than that, maybe 21%, maybe 22.
And that's the other thing. Again, it just also depends on where these votes, either where they vote for him or where they don't show up to vote. That will also be key, because again, if New York and California overrepresent in
Chicago,
yeah, that's not really saying a whole lot, if you will. It's going to be in the Georgias, the Carolinas, the Ohio's, Michigan, those places. It's really going to matter in the cities that feature a lot of Black people. So that's definitely a number I want to see once the election is over, just for my own information.
Which, if it was just on some of the immigration stuff, which I've been hearing out of the Black community, yes, but also I've been noticing, like we talked about last week, about how a lot of the Black population, especially Black male voters, are not very politically engaged. And not trying to throw it as an insult to anybody who's listening who feels like they fit into this demographic, but many are politically illiterate. And ones like me, you, some of the people in our chat, we are in a very, very extreme minority to be as engaged as we are. So let's first put that there. So don't think that I'm including any of us into this conversation. But I heard, was it Don Lemon? He was doing street interviews at the DNC, and yeah, I know.
They didn't go. They didn't go at all how Mr. Lemon wanted those interviews to go.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Many of them really believe, like, they were like, well, when Trump was in there, I got checks. Yeah, that stimulus check. That stimulus check.
I hate that that's a thing, bro. I really do, because it's like, yo, relax. They wasn't just giving out checks just because out the kindness of their heart. They were giving out checks to keep your ass in line while they was running that corona shit over, beat you over the head with that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, that's I'm like blown away with how many of these black male voters who are looking to vote for Trump. That's a big part of the reasoning. Like, I would say out of the ones I've heard, it's probably 75-25. 75% of them, well, then some of these overlap. 75% of them think that a check is coming to them somehow. The other 25% is because they care about border and immigration, and border immigration, and some of them are really like the fact they said that Trump got some black people out of prison, which that's kind of a minority position, which I've heard people even bring up, but I have heard some bring up the fact that Trump actually cared about getting some black men out of prison.
Oh, Marcus, let me show you this. Let me show you this video, right?
Sure.
This is Queens. This is Queens, right? A part of Queens. And again, I tell you, it never used to look like this. So watch this shit. This is a report coming from WPIX, a local New York station. Right? Peep this.
John sitting on mattresses, lurking
on
the avenue. Sex workers waiting for John, sitting on mattresses, lurking in doorways. Thanks so much for staying with us. I'm Corey Chambers.
And I'm Shirley Chan. A good 30 blocks of Roosevelt Avenue have turned into a so-called red light district. Pix 11's Mary Murphy begins her special report with a high school student who walks by these sex workers every day.
During school hours, they're out. All the prostitution is taking up every single block. They will be out with their pimps, and they don't care.
Jaylene Lugo is 14 years old and taking the number 7 train home from high school for the first time. With a Kirby doll on her book bag. Her walk on Roosevelt Avenue is a jolt out of childhood innocence.
I've seen teenage boys go up to the prostitutes.
In one busy spot on 90th Street, men are led downstairs to a brothel on a regular basis.
This is turning into a red light district in Bangkok. You walk up and down from the 70s all the way down to the hundreds. And all you're going to see are different massage parlors with women outside soliciting men. There's no moral compass anymore.
Pix 11 even found women sitting on mattresses outside a furniture store near 93rd Street. One of many scenes unsettling Jaylene's mother.
I grew up in this neighborhood. I've been here for 31 years. I was born and raised here. And what I'm seeing here today is not what I grew up seeing.
We have been reporting on sex workers and trafficking on Roosevelt Avenue for nearly 20 years. The numbers we're seeing now seem unprecedented.
This is happening during school hours, and it's even worse at night.
On a recent Friday, Pix 11 News saw activity in the 80s on Roosevelt Avenue, with one man apparently steering customers to a spot that was close to a barber shop.
We are seeing more Latina women doing prostitution. I think those women have no other options.
Some are Venezuelan, Colombian, and they are having their own massage parlors alongside with the Asians.
By day, Pix 11 News noticed a row of women near.
So again, I just wanted to share that just to say that some of the complaints, they're legit, right? Number one. And number two, as you can see, it's not only white Americans who are complaining. Number three, also too, you know, for people who don't understand, the migrants are coming from everywhere. They're not just South American. It's not just Mexican or Guatemalan or Honduras. It's not just MS-13. You know what I mean? It's it's everybody from everywhere and everybody trying to get a buck. You know what I'm saying? And in that area, there's always been like, it was a restricted time and a certain spot you knew on Roosevelt in that area, you knew where to go, right? Now, as you can see, it's Monday through Sunday, kid, all times of the day. That's what makes it so notable. Is kind of like, damn, they're not even trying to hide it no more. But these are obviously the people who are not from there setting these things up. You know what I mean? As you can see from the video. So if you want yourself a little $5 sake, you could go get it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it kind of reminds me of out here, Manchester and Figueroa. That's what it's like out here. And it's been like that for a long time. And the difference is you got little kids going to school, and like some of these women, everything is showing. I mean, they just wearing a fishnet skirt with like a G-string.
Mm-hmm.
And it's wild to see. See,
It's
Emmanuel. Well, let's see. Chris H says so. BS when conservatives complain that all migrants are military-age males. Then, yeah, I mean that's a lot of these conservatives who are saying that stuff don't even live in areas where they're seeing any migrants. Everything they're seeing is online, so it's just repeating. You got to actually talk to people who are in areas where they're actually, engaging and dealing. And a lot of this is coming from in certain areas where migrants have kind of went into certain areas, and some of these Republican governors have just taken whole busloads of people and just dropped them off in random blue cities. And that's where we're starting to see an influx of this is coming from. Whereas some are coming from Florida and Texas and all that, and just being dropped in New York, Atlantic City. They're being dropped in Chicago, Baltimore, and though these places have had their issues with migrant populations coming in and trying to figure out what to do as far as resources and homelessness, and then possible crime that's happening. It's this influx has come because of a lot of the Republican governors have gotten together on one accord to just start shipping migrants all over the place. And so that's why some of these numbers are getting so high, and we're seeing an influx. Whereas you are seeing some people who are trying to do their best in their situation, but some people are going to go back to what they know. And some of these people were impoverished and had a hard life wherever they came from before here. And if they're not able to find legitimate work, some of them are going to go to that kind of behavior. Some of them are maybe even being forced into, sex trafficking. Because some of these people who are coming over here might be pimps. Some of them might be brought over specifically to be trafficked. So all those things have to be factored in as possibilities. If people don't have opportunities, they're going to go to what they know. And you let an ex-con out of prison and he can't find work, what do you think he's going to do? He can go back to whatever he was doing that got him locked up in the first place.
We're going to rob and steal, son. That's what we're going to do. Yo, hold on. Marcus, I got one more video I wanted to show you.
Yeah. Go ahead.
This is close to like your neck of the woods. Not your neck of the woods, but close to it. And I know it's Fox, so we'll treat it with a grain of salt, but here we go.
taxpayer-funded group is offering $30,000 to new home buyers. Lauren, you cannot apply if you're an American citizen. What's with that?
Why would an American citizen apply for a taxpayer-funded program to get $30,000 for a new home? I mean, it's wild. The group is called Hacienda Community Development Corporation. They offer payment assistance in Oregon to DACA recipients, asylees, green card holders, basically any non-U.S. citizen. This is state-sponsored discrimination, Stuart. That's what it is. I mean, it's crazy. That's their goal. They want to open up housing and the American dream to non-U.S. citizens.
Okay, I guess that's the reason why. That's why we have an open border, because eventually these folks will vote and vote Democrat because they're the people who let them in. That's what this is about.
Part of me wants to say crazy things happen in Oregon, but I think this will go far beyond Oregon. There is a critical shortage of houses across the United States, particularly in Oregon. And then they're giving $30K to.
So I wanted to share that just to say, you know, that again, that is only Oregon. You know, we don't know how many people will actually qualify or who will actually, you know, get the funds. However, those headlines just don't look good.
Oh, I agree. I completely agree.
And especially if the housing market if the housing market looked a little better and it was more affordable, then maybe we could, you know, maybe you could argue like, hey, maybe we should be doing something like this. However, as we've talked about on this show many times before, the rents are ridiculous from coast to coast, and the prices of the homes are ridiculous. You add that with the interest rate right now, it's put a lot of would-be buyers out of the market. So for these people who are struggling to pay their rent as it increases year after year, they're probably right outside the reach of qualifying for a loan to help them purchase a home because the rate is high or higher and the price of the homes is high. That puts them right out of that. It puts them right out of reach. But then they pick up the news or they look at their phone and they scroll past some shit like this and they like, word? I got denied. They telling me I need 10K more annually or whatever it might be. You know what I'm saying? So that's not going to bring about a good feeling. You know what I mean? And then when you mention people who don't know any, or when you mention low information voters and things of that nature, that's a very easy thing to understand, right? Oh, they getting something I'm not. Why are they getting it and why can't I? Yeah, I was denied. I was declined. My cousin, my sister, my auntie, my daddy, my mama, everybody was denied. But then you know what I mean? You get to be closer to the front of the line for programs like this. So again, it's not going to bode well for the Democrats in those cities where stuff like that is happening. Now, Oregon would probably still vote Democrat. So I'm not saying Oregon is going to I'm not saying Oregon's about to go vote Trump. They're still going to vote blue all day long. I'm just saying the headlines are not good.
You see, Emmanuel says that's near his place. 15 minutes from, he says 15 minutes from my house.
Oh, shit.
Yeah. So that's wild. And that also reminds me, since we're talking about the migrant issue, this story that I saw not that long ago. Here, let me share this with you. And I was like, well, and this kind of reminds me of the conversation that we had probably maybe about a month ago now, when you were talking about, okay, well, you know, this little beef that you're having that, well, I'm not gonna say little, but this division or beef that you're having between Black Americans and what you're having between some of the migrants in some of these cities is going to start leading to certain situations. And here is one of those said situations that it's already led to. New York, NYC Parks worker charged with murder as hate crime and killing of migrant. says a parks worker from New York City accused of fatally shooting a man at a migrant encampment in Brooklyn has been indicted on charges including murder as a hate crime, a prosecutor said. Authorities allege Elijah Mitchell, 23 of Queens, was upset that migrants were living in Steuben, I don't know if I'm pronouncing that correctly. Steuben Playground.
Yeah.
Which was assigned, which he was assigned to clean up as a temporary worker. They said he shot Arturo Jose Rodriguez Marcano, 30, from Venezuela, in the chest on July 21st. The shooting came 3 days after Mitchell and Rodriguez Marcano got into an argument at the park, prosecutor said. This premeditated and cold-blooded homicide is outrageous on many levels, not least because the alleged motive was hatred towards new arrivals to our city, Brooklyn District Attorney Eric Gonzalez said in a statement. And I mean, when you get more into this story, he was going as far as to the police, talking about all these migrants getting $15,000 and they're getting $500, and I'm like, y'all need to cool this stuff. I mean, granted, it is like you said. Which did you want to read more of it or
yeah, because I wanted to see where they got the murder charge from and not manslaughter.
Well, they're saying that they got into the argument the day before and he intentionally came back with a gun to do this. Let me scroll down.
Okay, all right.
That's why they're hitting him with a murder charge. Let's see, slide down a little bit. On July 18th, Mitchell allegedly started yelling and ripping off tarps at the encampment, prosecutor said. Rodriguez Marcano confronted him and they argued, according to authorities. Mitchell then went to a vehicle and came back with a gun in his waistband, which he showed Rodriguez Marcano before being pulled away by other park employees, officials said. 3 days later, Gonzalez and Mitchell returned to the park and shot Rodriguez Marcano, they said. Mitchell pled not guilty during a court appearance on Wednesday. He is charged in the indictment with second-degree murder as a hate crime, second-degree murder, illegal possession of a weapon, menacing as a hate crime, and menacing. Bail was set at $350,000 cash or $2.5 million bond, and he was ordered to return to court on October 23rd.
So the problem I have with this, I mean, if you're going to charge a guy with some form of a murder charge, second degree, whatever it is, why the need for the hate crime to be attached to it? That I don't like. Because he had beef with him. Why did that necessarily have to be a hate crime? They clearly got into it. Clearly.
Well, the reason why they put it as a hate crime is because he started complaining about migrants getting all these benefits and all this stuff. And they're saying that because of the language that he was saying when police, because this dumbass is saying this with police on the scene. He's yelling all this stuff, and the police, the way they took it is if it was partially motivated because of him having a feeling or feeling some type of way towards migrants.
So Elijah's black, right?
Yes.
So they got a nigga with a hate crime?
Yes.
Yo, this is some wild shit, bro. I mean, I'm not saying it's not a, and again, I'm not saying it's not a crime what he did. He ended a man's life. He could have clearly just left it alone after the argument they got into. He could have left it alone, never went back over there. Whatever work he was doing for the parks department or the city, he could have chose a different location, but he went back there, and maybe he did have some, he did have some animosity in his heart, but he made a bad decision that put him where he is. He should have just chilled out and not went back there, especially not with his gun to shoot the guy. A bad decision making, and now he is where he is. Wish for him he would have been smarter about it. That lesson to everybody. You can feel how you want to feel about this situation, but when you get too emotional and you take it to that level, now your life is altered in the worst possible way. So yeah, you got the dude. You put him in his place. Yeah, you put him in the ground. Yeah, you killed his ass. But now where are you? You're around men for the rest of your days, bro. You're not gonna get any warmth of you know what for the rest of your days.
He probably will get some warmth.
I'm tapping out of that one.
Hey, he made the choice.
Pause that.
Hey, trust me, somebody don't want to pause that where he going. He gonna get up at Rikers. They gonna be bidding on him 25, 35, 35, 55. Hey. Instead of get your hand out my pocket, they can be like, put your hand in my pocket.
Yo, pause, time out. Referee time out.
Hey, man. I'm just saying, people, hey, be careful the decisions you make because they can be lifelong and life altering.
Yeah. Especially, becoming emotional to that point to where you want to go grab a weapon and you decide to take somebody's life or you want to injure them like that. Just know, the authority's going to come for you. The law going to come looking for you regardless. So you had better be easy.
Is this true? Chris H says Rikers Island is overcrowded, no room.
Rikers is kind of always overcrowded. So, I mean, people go in and out of there. So they'll make room for their ass.
Well, trust me, he might not have a room, but they have room. They'll put him on a cot out there in the middle of nowhere.
They'll put him somewhere. Yeah.
And then he end up getting popped in gin pop.
Or he'll stay, Or he'll stay in central bookings for a minute.
Yeah. Either way, his future is done.
Look, if he had been a migrant and attacked a police officer, he would have been out of jail already. Because that same thing happened in New York where they jumped a cop, right? They beat his ass good. And then the next day he was marching out the courthouse free, like sticking his middle finger up to the news cameras and shit, like on some Tupac shit. I was like, yo, this is nuts. Not that I'm a fan of, them people with badges and whatnot, but again, it's just something to note that I took interest in.
And something that I want to throw out there, especially to a lot of the FBA-minded type people, many of them will say, the cops ain't for us. The cops ain't never going to be fair. And this system is against us. And whether you agree with this or not, many of them will say, we live in a white supremacist system. If that's your thinking, right? That's your mentality, that you live in a white supremacist system. What makes you think you're going to get away with pulling the heater on somebody and doing this? What makes you think that you're just going to get away with this?
Oh, yeah, I know.
I mean, most of us will already admit that the court system is not fair. And here's another thing. You could say, you know what, they don't like the migrants or whatever. That's fine and dandy. But I don't see too many times where a black man gets caught dead to right on something like this and walks away from it. So, I mean, is it worth that? Is it worth, and I don't know what his status is. He married, he got a kid. What? But you threw it all away for because you had an argument and you're mad that somebody might be getting some benefit that you were probably never, ever, ever, ever going to get. And that's what I try to put out. Even if people, let's say, for instance, 100% the migrants are getting every bit of what everybody thinks. There was no reality where there was any intentions where that was going to go to you. Just like that situation which you showed in Oregon. That situation came together because people put that program together and said, yo, we want to make sure we take care of DACA and green card holders and all this stuff like that. I mean, somebody made that effort. That representative from that area decided that this is a law that they want to write and this is what they want to push for. If we have people, skin folks that look like us who get into office and they're not putting forward these bills, that help our communities, I mean, what do we do? I mean, somebody used to say all the time, "Don't hate the player, hate the game." Well, I can't get mad if the Asian community gets together and they push for something and they get it done. My take, and y'all can disagree or not, or feel that this is unfair, but we got to apply pressure towards the people who supposedly represent the Black community to get things done. And if they're not getting things done and we're not putting heat on them, we bear as much blame for them not getting it done. Now, I just so happen to live in an area where it's pretty much about 98% Hispanic. All the police force representatives, are pretty much Hispanic. So there is no Black representative for me to go cuss out because they're not doing enough stuff for Black people. I don't live in that part of town. But there are, even in the areas where there are a decent Black population,
they have representatives like they have representatives like Maxine Waters or Sheila Jackson, or I don't know the state representatives.
Mine is Nanette Diaz Barragan.
Yeah, it's somebody with 4 names.
So, I mean, and she's over my area, Long Beach, I believe Watts, a couple of other areas too.
Yeah, man, it's what can you do, man? But anyway, we kind of
one last. I guess we can bring this point up as I put the link in the chat, and so I've copied this. I'm gonna go over to each of the different platforms. So it is. I put the link in the chat for the on the YouTube side. Now I'm heading over to Facebook side. And let me put this here. The comment, it is there in the YouTube side also. If you'd like to hop on, and let me put it over onto Rockford.
I just, after, I guess I'll just sum up my last comment, or just provide my last comments on the DNC. As I said before, it was successful, but to somebody like me, did they do anything for me? Did they make me want to take a second look at the party or anything they were offering or anything they said overall? No, they did not do a good job of reaching or attempting to even talk to people who would at least grant them an audience to allow them to try to sell you on their ideas and plans and whatnot. They didn't. I don't think they did a good job of that at all. I don't know if that was their goal, but it's horrible. And again, as we know, because of what's up, man, we know that on Twitter afterwards, any particular Black person of any kind of on any level of celebrity, if you will, who didn't come out after this event and say, "Whoa, I'm pro-Democrat. I love Kamala and Tim Walz and everything else Democratic Party related," they were attacked instantly by either Plies or Roland Martin. I don't know what they. I just want to know: did Plies run into debt with the wrong people? Do he owe taxes to the same people Wesley owed taxes to? Because Plies is on Twitter like he's dodging and ducking from child support.
No, I honestly I really think when you just compare, I think that throughout the whole entire Black community, We just have a deficit in understanding the system. And I mean, before I would kind of tiptoe around saying this. I've been saying this for years now. I remember a video that I did about when I did it on my old channel. I'm trying to remember how long ago. I did this probably 3-4 years ago, and I was criticizing the Black community. And I kind of tepidly criticized the Black community and how we're not politically engaged enough. And I'm not saying politically engaged as in you need to be out here voting for this person or that person or that person. I'm not telling you that. I'm saying to at least just understand what the hell is going on. And I figure now's a good time to probably go dive even deeper into that, because the politics stuff, yeah, that's the surface level. I was trying to find this video, see how long ago I did this videos, but I want to go a little bit more. I want to go a little bit deeper, and I'll do that when I guess I'll do that in the meantime, waiting on people to come up. But yeah, I put the link out there already, so yeah, you can come up, young Nina. What's up, cuz?
Ladarius knows who Plies is. He's just asking what is a Plies. To Chris H's question when he says, since when was Plies ever political? I don't know. I never heard of Plies being involved in any kind of politics up until the last, several months. At least, that was when I found out. But dude is straight up. He's really behaving as if he gets a check or he gets a wire transfer from the DNC, at least on Twitter. His behavior is 1000% disgusting. Again, he's basically calling any Black person stupid if they aren't 1000% doing backflips for Kamala. If you're not out making calls for Kamala, knocking on doors for Kamala, fundraising, donating, threatening people to make sure they vote for her, then he has nothing but smoke and negative commentary to you or, to your family and friends. It's actually quite embarrassing for him. The same goes for Roland Martin. Who else is there? There's several. DL Hughley now.
You can't say it's embarrassing for him if he's not embarrassed by it. These people aren't embarrassed by taking these positions.
Oh, no, they're not. But like even DL Hughley is another one who's just, I didn't really hear much from him over the last 2 years or so. But now that we're in election season, DL Hughley got something to say about anybody who is not pro Kamala.
You should have knew DL Hughley. Well, DL Hughley, he has been saying stuff because he has his radio show. So he's been saying stuff. He's just not getting any attention. And I look at all of them are going to, especially all of them who are the Ricky Smileys and the Steve Harveys. They're part of the Divine Nine. They're going to support Kamala.
Again, I can't imagine throwing away. Your whole career. Well, not your whole career, but I can't imagine, especially with those guys, you alienating yourself to a whole younger generation all over the Democratic Party. You are separating yourself from the people who you claim to care about and love all over the Democratic Party. So again, that money has to be good. There's no way you would do this. DL Hughley, all them people.
You're making it have an appeal to the younger generation. Ain't nobody messing with them.
I know but I'm saying even on a social level, not even on a political level, like the way that, like for instance, if you mention Bernie Mac, that's everybody's favorite, right? You mention Dave Chappelle, right? He gets a certain level of respect just for what they do outside of politics. These guys have put themselves so far in the Democratic Party camp that that's all they are now. They're just hacks. They're not even comedians. They're just hacks. And I'm just like, why would you do that to your career? Like, y'all not even.
I would make an argument that, for instance, DL Hughley, Never really thought he was that funny anyway. So
Me
I've always
neither.
kind of considered him a hack. Steve Harvey, one of the biggest joke stealers and just stealers of ideas that there's ever been. I don't give him much respect either. So, I mean, we're talking about people who have managed to rise up, and they've risen to the positions they've risen up because of the stuff that they're doing. Not separate from it. I feel like they owe favors to people, and they're paying those favors. And I think that they've gotten their money and wealth, and they appeal to their generation. They appeal to a late 30s on up crowd. They're not appealing. No, there's nobody who's 25 who's like trying to go look up old Steve Harvey and D.L. Hughley jokes.
Hell no, not at all. They ain't get no. That's what I'm saying, dog. They don't. So they don't even get no hood credit for anything they've done, and they've done a couple okay things in the past. But you already know. For me, I said, the universe did us dirty when they took Bernie and they left Steve behind. That was one of the universe's mistakes, if you will. But yeah, that was pretty bad.
A list. There's a list of black comedians that I would have traded for Bernie.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, for sure. But again, as somebody pointed out in the comment section, they are the boule. We already know.
But that's also why they're doing it. They are the boule, and in order for them to get to this position, in order for them to maintain this type of celebrity, this is kind of what they have to do. I mean, we wouldn't be hearing anything from them if they didn't do this, because they wouldn't get there on their sheer talent alone.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Oh, we got Yonina in the building. What's up, Yonina? All right, here, let's bring you up to the stage. Let me take this down real quick. Actually, no, I can leave that up. What's up? Oh, good. I can't hear you. Oh, you said, she said, hold on a sec. Okay. Here, I'll bring, there you go, bring it down. Okay, yeah, but this whole boule thing, this is what they have to do. And so
yeah, it's real bad. Again, I watched their behavior, and it's pathetic. You know what I'm saying? It's one of my favorite words to use for these people. It's very pathetic behavior. And oh yeah, absolutely right. There's everybody owes favors in that world, it seems like, and they're doing what they're supposed to do. I recognize that. But in terms of their messaging and how it is being received, it is not being received well by the amount of people that they thought it was going to be received well by. So we're looking.
But are you sure? Because I look at it like this: for the politically engaged ones like us, it's not. But for our aunts and uncles and all of them, they still buy into all this.
Yeah, there is a generational divide. That's why I say anybody who's probably like 55 and up, they fall for that. But anybody who is under that, their messaging is 1,000,000% ineffective. It's not effective on any level whatsoever. You know what I mean? It's just not. It doesn't work. It's not landing at all. They're not even considering what they're saying. They're totally ignoring them.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. And yeah, you can weigh in whenever you like, Yonina. But I honestly feel like I think it's underestimated how many of the registered black voters and the ones who are going to go to the polls, how many of them are still in that camp. True, there's been a whole lot of younger generation that's woken up and they're not with it. True, there's people like us who are not going to be a party to that either. But how many, like percentage wise, of the black community, of the registered voters who are still going to get out there and vote? I don't know. You think it's not, Yonina? I don't know.
Okay, it depends. It really depends. We got like, you see how I'm rubbing my face. We got like, 2 months, 3 maybe at most to try.
No, 74 days.
Thank you. 74 days. So that's
probably less.
probably less, to try and show people. It's hard to say we have to convince them of the truths of what's really going on when, we didn't have to be convinced. We just saw it. You see what I'm saying? We just was, but that was because we started. There were things in, the Matrix that, they were glitches. Like, remember the glitch I sent you about the runner when you said you ran that 10 Marcus, that I sent to you. So and he saw the glitches in the animatrix, right? And then all the runners around him became what?
Yeah,
Mr. Agent Smith. All the runners around him became Agent Smiths, and they were there to stop him. And he came
out of the system.
He came. He got a glimpse out of it, but they stopped him because if you remember, because I watched the Animatrix. If y'all never watched the Animatrix, go look it up and check it out. You can probably find it for free somewhere here on YouTube. What happened was he got that glimpse, and then they shot him. And when they shot him, his bone broke in his leg, and then that incapacitated him. He never was able to run again. He was always going to be in that wheelchair, but he saw. But see, because of that, and this is what made me so angry last night, I swear, because we can see, right? We know, right? And people like me who are, who have gone, beyond that, and my brain couldn't so I'm kind of seen as crazy all throughout the 80s and even into the 90s. They got these movies where people like us, we see things, and everything that we say that we see, even if you are a person who can hold down a job in this and act normal, relatively normal. Even then, when you come to your family and you tell them, you show them, there is no convincing them. They have to see it. There is no convincing, like we saw it. You see what I'm saying? So we can't convince them. Something really jarring has to happen. So we have that moment in that time, and we have to recognize that it's our time to shine, to take that moment and say, see, do you see what we were saying now? And even then, because the programming, it goes so deep, y'all, that you can't, even then they can see it. I'm gonna give y'all a for instance. In this town, I was this is a little bit over 10 years ago. I was partying around 2010. You go to the bars here, and then after the bars, they have an after party. Okay, so I went to the after party. The after party was at my brother's barber's house. Okay, after the bar, most people go there to try and fight or show who better than who or whatever. I was just there to party, right? So I'm standing outside, right, and I'm looking across the street. And as I'm looking across the street, there's this huge Thunderbird thing. Now I'm in Illinois, and Illinois is known for their little Thunderbird legends and stuff like that, right? Also, this is a Masonic area. Okay, the county hub to this area, the Henry County. When you first enter the city, Cambridge, it says a free and ancient society. It's got a whole plaque on there. Okay, so I'm standing there, and I see this Thunderbird land on this tree. And I'm not the only one who see it. There are 3 other people around me who see this, right? And when that happens, I'm like, didn't y'all just see that? And then, like, the telepathic channel opens up over me, right? And these guys, because one of them, they're part of the town, and they're part of the history, including the Masonic history and all the stuff that goes into it in this town. So there's a telepathic channel that opens up, and this voice comes down, and they said, what do we do now that we've seen this? In the telepathic, and they saying this in their mind. And the voice said, "Don't worry about it. We'll take care of it." And I'm still sitting there, and I'm standing there, and I'm looking around. I'm like, D, double D, y'all saw this, Drew, and they just turn away and walk off. They just walked off. They've been able to ignore it, okay, all this time. They're not even in this town no more. They somewhere like in Florida. They out of the area. They're not even in this area. They got their money and all this other stuff. Here I am. I don't have no money. I don't have no support. I have no community. I have nothing. And I feel like I'm geofenced. They got me locked in here, right? So that being said, you can show them if they are if they're if they're like, if they're plugged in, like the one dude in the Matrix who was plugged out and then he wanted to get back in to taste the steak. You see what I'm saying? And
Cypher.
Then he was Cypher. He sold them out. If that's them, there is no helping them. It scares them. They're afraid, and they think that the only thing that's the solution is the thing that's imprisoning them in the first place. So we only got a certain amount of time, and in these 74 days. And God forbid we got a October surprise because all the crazy shit seemed to happen around my birthday for some reason.
Well, speaking of that, you just had what happened with the RFK situation, and RFK dropping out to support Trump and saying he's gonna take himself off the ballot in the swing states.
Right quick, the DNC had maggots in their food in their breakfast 2 days ago. A group of women went in there and threw the maggots in the food and walked out. And the dude that runs up, I got maggots. And the dude that runs Telegram, he just got locked up in France. So
what did they lock him up for?
They said because he has a lot of stuff on Telegram that ain't supposed to be there, and I belong to some of them channels. And they criminal. Yep, but I ain't finna, whatever. I'm incriminating myself. Not really. What they gonna do? Confiscate my phone? I lost my phone. That motherfucker. It went into the blender. I was blending up my cat some treats and stuff. To what I'm saying, and it just fell into the blender. What am I supposed to do? Oh Lord. So I'm not worried about it. But anyway, yeah. So I mean, it's especially in Russia, they got stuff that the kids on there. It's 18 plus, but they lie about their age, and they be doing some horrible shit on there. And in some of them channels. But I don't belong to all of them. I just got, joined a couple of them to see. And then there's the crime channels that I belong to do refunds and they, sell people information and stuff like that. So that's for real. That's there. But, I mean, in all honesty, a free speech is kind of their right to do so. Unless you call it, an obscene thing. Then, free speech doesn't cover laws or what is it? Things of obscenity, things that they say might be obscene. Free speech, the First Amendment doesn't cover that, right? So that's where and the things on the Russian channels are pretty obscene, especially dealing with children. So it's a big toss up. Though. I hope I didn't incriminate anybody or anything. My bad, y'all. And whatever. If they try and get me to give it up, they know they ain't getting shit from me anyway. So I'm ready. I am ready to live and prepared to die. So it's a toss up right now. All right.
Appreciate it, Nina. Thanks for coming through.
All right. We'll see you later. All right, we appreciate it. That was some. I mean, I don't know about all that stuff that was going on over there, so it's some stuff I have to look at. I apologies. I have not been able to get onto Telegram lately to double check. So,
but no, they did just arrest the.
I heard that.
The owner. They, obviously he broke, the EU and the English, the European countries and the EU. They have their own rules for internet, and you could see like the last week what they were doing to people in England based off the comments they were making, locking people up and things like that. So it's kind of wild how they do. I was looking at, the last, well, not the last thing, but I kind of wanted to move on to the RFK topic.
I mean, I do want to hear. Put this down. Oh, sorry, I was drinking. But the RFK news. I'm trying to figure out how exactly that's going to land, and also, like, what do you think his motivations for going to Trump are?
I purely think that he's went to endorse Trump because of what the Democratic Party has done to him over the last, 15, 16, 18 months or so. That's purely because and the thing that's crazy is, the thing that's wild is Kennedy was right so much as it pertained to the Rona and everything that came along with it, right? He was on point about a lot of it. Now, to say that you're so upset with the Democrats that you're going to endorse the guy who calls himself the father of the vaccine is, again, it's mind-numbing. And I'm gonna just keep it real. It's fucking corny. And I'm not saying that he should have endorsed Kamala or anything like that. I'm just saying,
actually lose more respect for him for doing this.
For the endorsing Trump on the basis, for endorsing Trump after you spent the last, better part of 2 years or so talking about the operation that was Corona, for you to go that way, it just, are you full of shit? Were you lying? I don't think he was lying about it, but again, it just doesn't look good. So I again, RFK never had a chance. Number one,
yeah. Well,
even if the Democrats weren't,
he had a chance.
Even if the Democrats weren't, and even if they weren't working to keep him off the ballot in the states they're trying it, I don't believe he was going to be much of a factor. Maybe he could have been a spoiler, etc. But who is he going to spoil? A brain dead candidate? You know what I'm saying? Like, because that's the only. Maybe some of the Trump people would go for him. I don't know. But, most of the Trump people, they ride or die for real. They're going to ride with him or they're going to die with him. And that's what it is. And then also, one thing that has to be made crystal clear for everybody, whether you were watching the RNC and you loved it, whether you watched the DNC and you loved it, right? One thing, and you can focus on all of the things that divide people, that they argue about, that they fight about. Let me just be clear. Both of them are on the same page when it comes to that country in the Middle East, though. All of them have to go out of their way. Each candidate, each party, each person that spoke, basically all had to get in front of that stage, on that stage, and say how they love this one country and how they're pledging to stand with that country from now until death do them part.
Mm-hmm.
So with as this connects to RFK, again, he was right on the Rona shit, but he's a goddamn rabid Zionist who can't find any reason to be the slightest bit critical of anything that's going on in that part of the world. I'm sorry. Yeah, you was cool on the vaccine, but to me, you trash, and I don't need to hear anything else you say. How are you going to be against the Rona and everything that went along with it without checking the principles of all these companies, of all the media that pushed it, all the stockholders that made a lot of money into it? It's the same group of people that you supporting over there on that side of the world. So the fact that you are unable to even make that distinction for your audience just goes to show that you're just another sheep herder. You know, you're just another Mason, Freemason, what have you, or just another person who's down with the clique that is against the people.
Yeah, and that was another highlight of the DNC that they did, where they had to basically pledge their fealty, you know, to the nation that won't be named. And RFK, that's my, and honestly, RFK, out of the three, Trump, Biden, or I mean not Biden, but Trump, Harris, honestly, throw Biden in there too. Trump, Biden, Harris, RFK is the most egregious to me, because I believe if he was in power, he would probably go further than all of them. Now, I don't know if that's because, honestly, at this point now, I think it's because this dude is so easily, I mean, I don't know if he wants the limelight or attention so badly that he's willing to say or do whatever he can to get to the top, or if he truly believes everything that he says, because like him or not, he did steal a lot of what he's saying from Dr. Shiva on this topic, on the topic that he's became a mainstay and that a lot of people love him for. And then at the same time, he partners himself up with Rabbi Shmuley. And if that dude got into any forms of power, and this is the extra levels that I kind of wanted to go into a little bit, because whether it swings towards a Trump administration or we swing towards a Kamala administration, the effect we already know. As far as Israel-Palestine, nothing is basically going to change no matter who's in office. It's going to be at the discretion of whatever hell Israel feels like doing, and whoever's in office is going to keep sending them weapons and money and everything for them to continue doing whatever the hell they want to do. The only difference is you may maybe see a change which going on with whole Israel and not Israel, but Ukraine and Russia, which I don't even really see that, because Congress is the one who is sending this money. And Congress is going to keep sending this money no matter if Trump squawks and complains and says, I want this to end. They're like, you can want whatever you want, so fucking what? I don't think Congress really responds to what he's saying. Now, sometimes when he says some of the stuff on the immigration issue, on things which they want done, and they see it as an avenue, they will try to circle the wagons to try to put something together to back up what he's saying. But at the same time, also, if he gets in there, he's going to be a lame duck president anyway. Any president who's only getting in there for 4 years is not very much legislative stuff that they can actually get done outside of the stuff which is done on the higher level. And that's where the real focus, I feel like, really should be as we start moving closer into the actual election. And the couple of months, I mean, not very far from now, we will have a new president one way or another, depending on who it is. So I'm looking at Kamala with all the BlackRock stuff going on her side, which is concerning. You have a lot of the stuff that's going on with the tech stuff, whether that be the censorship stuff or whatever kind of other things that are working on throughout Silicon Valley, which is going to come from that BlackRock direction. On the other side, with Trump, you're going to see Peter Thiel, who would really like to push in a lot of those same things. And that's the thing about it. A lot of these donors, whether it be the people who came out of the Biden administration, who are now working with Kamala, who are from BlackRock, or Larry Fink, who's the president of BlackRock, who there's been rumored Trump is going to put him as like Treasury Secretary, or whether it's going to be some of the cyber stuff that comes from the Peter Thiel side with facial recognition and things like that, and some of the CBDC stuff that we might have to worry about. I'm looking at it either way. These are the things which are being pushed by, by the powers that be that are above both of these candidates. And so it's just a matter of one side's going to push heavier for certain things, and the other side might push harder for some of the other things. And I'm wondering, like, what are some of those things which you're worried about that can come from another Trump presidency, as far as, from the owners and the owners side of it, and what's some of that stuff that you think can come from the Kamala side?
With Trump, I feel nothing will get done because one side will too busy just be literally, let me not say one side. His political opposition will be too busy trying to trap him up, just like they did from 2016 through 2020. So it'll just be a lot of talk, a lot of crying, a lot of whining, and a lot of fear mongering.
I mean, not necessarily like on the out in front of us legislative stuff, or I'm talking about like the bigger stuff that we normally don't really hear much about. Like with the whole, when Trump wants to do this new wall, it's going to be a invisible wall dealt with all these kind of tech stuff, which is basically stuff that's coming out of the minds of DARPA and the CIA and all that. And I'm wondering, like, that kind of stuff, which we're not hearing about as much. Palantir is involved in some of this stuff too. Like, what stuff are we to look at? Because, like, for instance, talking about like when we had Trump in power, we had the what is that called? Where they took away a lot of our privacies, which Snowden was trying to tell us about. Dang, I'm blanking on it right now. I know the
Panama Papers.
No, not the Panama Papers. Man, why come I can't remember right now? But basically, it was a bill under Bush.
The Patriot Act.
Patriot Act. That's what I'm for. Patriot Act came out of Bush administration, and because if you look at when we had the 2008 crash, Obama brought in Citibank and a lot of those guys, and the Carlyle Company was involved with some of the stuff that happened. When they had when they had more issues that were going on with the pandemic, Trump brought in BlackRock, and then Biden continued BlackRock's stuff. And so we've kind of had BlackRock, and you could say Carlyle Company, you can say Vanguard. All of these companies have been getting more and more hands-on in some of the things that they want to implement.
As far as Trump and them go, I mean, I see the military-industrial complex under both thriving, right? I see the tech sector under both, either Kamala or Trump, thriving. I see the banking sector is going to thrive. I don't know what industry is going to hurt under either one of them, to be quite honest.
I don't think either industry is going to hurt.
I don't think any industry or any look. We've already seen it, bro. We Chris has to debate the Trump assassination.
No, I want to see you go at my man here.
we did that already. Tequila. Oh, I see you, Warren. What's up, man? But anyway,
I give you the link, Weezy. You want the link?
I don't see I don't see any industry. Yeah, I don't see any industry that is going to really get hurt from from either side winning, to be honest. I don't. in terms of what's happened legislatively, outside of maybe, the Roe versus Wade issue the Roe versus Wade issue with the Supreme Court. Outside of that, everything else is running. Is operating as it should. Military industrial complex is straight. The security state is straight. I see Rick just mentioned talking about surveillance. The surveillance state is straight. None of that is going to be cut off, rolled back, and or stopped.
Not that I think any of it's going to be cut off, but I'm like, what's going to be amped up? Because that's what I think more we're looking at. The agenda being more further advanced, because you got Trump who's going to play ball, and you got Kamala, who is literally a sock puppet for the elites. She's going to do
if you protest
everything they want.
So if you protest America and its foreign policy and its foreign policy decisions to support a terrorist country like the one in the Middle East, if you protest that, then what we will see is that under a Trump administration, they will try to make you seem like you are anti-patriotic, and maybe that the authorities should come pay you a visit. So what's up, man? On the other side of things, if Kamala and the Democratic Party take control at least for 2 years, it's going to be straight Minority Report thought crimes and mean internet comments crimes, right? It'll be like, oh, you made fun of the alphabet crew, you made fun of trans people, or you made fun of the LGBTQ. So then you have to go to jail and or be fined or reprimanded or fired or something like that. So it'll be the if Kamala wins, if both sides win, it's extra sensitive, emotional shit. It just depends on what the topic is. Either way. You know what I'm saying? Either way.
Oh shit. Weezy's in the building. Our friend and brother from What Is Truth podcast, Weezy, is joining us. What up, Weezy? Good to see you, my man. Love the pictures in the background. But I don't know, Weezy. And I want to pose that same question to you now that we got you here real quick. I asked the question, what are we going to see out of which administration more? What's going to be the focal point of either administration? I see the ties with BlackRock on both. I see the Silicon Valley ties. I see a possibility for CBDCs through, through Peter Thiel and all that. I see facial recognition software. I see a possibility even that they might try to, because with Elon Musk, some of the stuff that he's doing with all of the data that he's sucking up right now, I'm just wondering, like, what do you expect to see? Not like the on the surface, not on the surface legislation, what the deep state actually gets done from Kamala or from Trump, depending on who gets in.
Well, first of all, I want to start off by saying mad love, props, respect to both of y'all for last week's show. I found myself agreeing with Chris probably 95% of the time. Although I did agree with a couple of points you made, Marcus, but it made for a great show. Now,
I was mad at Chris for making me have to defend the military. I'm like, I don't rock
I was vibing with Chris.
I'm defending people, handfuls of people. I'm defending young people in a certain age at a certain time, not the whole thing.
Now that being said, Chris and I may be seen, completely at odds with this next topic, the whole Trump assassination. I just wanted to lay that caveat out. I wanted to say, last week I was vibing with Chris almost 100% of the way.
It's all good, man. It's gonna be like that sometimes. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, man.
Look, sometimes Curry gonna be cooking, sometimes Clay gonna be cooking.
And I thought that shit was fire, man. I thought that shit was fire. I
Appreciate
texted
it.
Chris, or I'm sorry, I texted Marcus afterwards, and I let him know. I thought that shit was fire. Sometimes you need that. You don't have. I mean, when you have those echo chambers, I think when you have those disagreements, that's when you make people's brain cells function overload and make them think in different ways, even if they don't end up agreeing with what you initially started stating. You know, where you're like, oh damn, maybe I need to take a step back and take some of this shit in and reassess my situation. And maybe I may come back to the same situation that I started with, but maybe you may come to a different conclusion the second time around, third time around. You know what I'm saying? So it's just a continuous thing that we have to roll through our minds. Now, to answer your question, Marcus, and I'm sorry that was a long-winded introduction. I just wanted to lay that caveat out, like, because I could see Chris and I having a huge differential gap when it comes to this next topic.
It's not gonna be that bad. Trust me, it's not gonna be that bad.
But
not,
I mean, when it comes to the political matrix, as this show is called, as I've gone deeper down these goddamn rabbit holes, to me, it's not just the United States. I just did a show with Rurik Skywalker, who lives in Russia. He's an American expatriate that lives in Russia, and he talks shit about Russia. And so he doesn't show his face. He doesn't give his real name because you can only imagine a motherfucker that criticizes the Russian government, the repercussions he would suffer. So he goes anonymous and shit. And it was refreshing to have him on my show just right now.
By the way, that was a fire ass interview with Max Egan. Really enjoyed that.
You're gonna like that the show we did tonight with Rurik. He's an American that lives in Russia, and his views goes in line with my fucking views. And maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you guys will think I'm wrong, but that the whole world is a motherfucking stage. All this shit that we see is political theater. All these politics, Kamala Harris, RFKjr teaming up with motherfucking Donald Trump. It's all fucking theatrics, and people can't see through the shit. And so,
look, what did they say? Politics is Hollywood for the ugly people.
It's all theatrics, man. And the thing is, I want my mission with my little ass show, as little as it may be, with the reach that I try to do, is wake people up. This Republican Democrat shit, it's all the same motherfuckers at the top telling us and organizing us how to do. The Democrats may sound nicer to us, but it's still the same fucking shit continues on. They don't do shit for the black and brown communities. They never have. And if you go back deeper in history, the fucking Democrats was the KKK. And it was the Republicans that was the most liberal people, that was more sympathetic to the slaves and Native Americans. And when you realize that they both flip and change depending on the fucking decade, depending on the fucking era, you realize it's two heads of the same motherfucking coin. So it's all fucking nonsense. And what's up, Gregory?
What's good,
Hell
fella?
yeah, man.
My boy.
We got Latino and African power tonight, motherfuckers. And YouTube's not gonna like that, so fuck them too.
My wife is Puerto Rican, so I'm Caribbean by injection.
Hell yeah.
Oh shit. Oh, we got another Boricua on this set.
Hell yeah.
Not
No,
me,
but
my wife is born in the Bronx, New York.
No, I mean, I think this is gonna be. I know Marcus throughout that whole thing, and I had to move to a new pad, as you can tell.
Mm-hmm.
I shoved in my little ass room. I got a new pad, and I want to shout myself out because this is gonna sound funny, but I was raised by, my parents was illegal immigrants in LA. And all through my childhood, we were living in one-bedroom apartments. It was 5 of us. we were living in 1-bedroom apartments. Us 3 kids had to sleep in the fucking living room. And now I got my fucking 4-pad mansion, not mansion, but big ass fucking house in motherfucking Florida, in a gated community with a fucking clubhouse, swimming pool, exercise. What's up, motherfuckers? I went from food stamps and I'm moving up, and it ain't trying to fucking brag or any of that shit. It's just I fucking made it, motherfucker. And if I could make
Marcus,
it, any of
look.
y'all make it. You know
Now,
what I'm
Marcus,
saying?
look, I'm gonna fuck up his whole dream. He went from the struggle to now he got to deal with HOAs now. Now he gonna find out where the real bitch is.
I'll take that shit. I'll take that shit.
Right there.
I'll take
Every
that shit.
HOA.
Hell
See,
yeah.
look.
Fuck you to every
I'll
HOA
fight
out
the
there.
motherfucking HOA for this. Yeah, the HOA can suck my nutsack. Now, that's probably the introduction that a lot of people didn't expect. But I just wanted to lay some caveats out because I think it's going to be a fruitful discussion. And so I ain't gonna get heated from my side. I don't know about Chris. I heard him last week and he didn't get a little heated. Even though I agree with him 95% of the motherfucking time, but I just want people to understand this is just a little bit of my background because your audience probably doesn't know who the fuck I am or who I is. Greg, motherfucking Walker knows who the fuck I is, but it's all good in the neighborhood, man. At the end of the day, my show, this is the Political Matrix, but my show is called What is Truth? And that is my quest. What the fuck is truth? We get so many lies. History is a giant fucking lie. We get told this and then we find out this and lie. So what exactly is truth at the end of the day? So I think debates is a great way. Discussions where two polar opposites have these dialogues. I think it's a great way to get to the truth. You know what I'm saying? And see who who makes the better points at the end of the day. And that's.
Did he get frozen?
Oh, we lost you, Weezy.
I'm still here.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
I'm still here.
Oh, there we go. Okay, because it looked like he froze for a minute. But Weezy, hold on 1 second. Greg, what's good, man?
What's
nice
up?
to have you on the show. You know what I'm saying? I just want to let Greg get in a couple words real quick. So, Greg, what's up, man? Tell us what's going on by you.
I was just hopping around all day today. All my friends do podcasts now, so I check in on the OGs over here. What are you guys talking about? I saw the StreamYard link. I ain't scared to click on it.
Oh yeah,
Marcus.
Yeah, I wanted to open it up. We got the DNC.
Really, right
we had the RFK stuff going on, and that was about it. And there was a couple other topics I could have brought up, but I was like, you know what? Now is a good it's a good time to just be able to touch bases with our folks and put a link out there, chat it up with y'all, and hear what topics that y'all have on your head. What kind of news? What are y'all seeing? Because we all can't catch everything, and so that's how we learn, by being a community of all viewing this stuff and trying to put our heads together and figure out. Like Weezy would say, what is truth?
And Marcus, and look, sorry, Greg, real quick. I text Marcus before the show, like we always do. And I was like, bro, there was nothing that interests me this week. I don't know what the hell we're going to talk about. You know what I'm saying? That he kind of echoed the same thing. Obviously, the DNC and JFK, outside of that, in terms of news-wise,
I mean,
there was.
I could have brought up that billionaire off the coast of Italy. I could have brought up some of the stuff that's going on.
Yeah, but is that real news, bro? Is that what people wants to hear? People wants to hear a motherfucking debate on the Trump assassination. And that's what you're gonna get.
I've been wanting to hear this debate too, because I've talked to Weezy about this and I've seen like some of his cast on it, and
I'm gonna clip this shit and put it on my motherfucking channel.
I was gonna say it's not very often that you find somebody from the lane that we are in that's not really for either or, who comes to the point of view that me and Weezy kind of are on. And so mostly everybody else is opposite of this perspective. And the only people who agree with kind of the lane that we're kind of on are people who support the Democrats, and that's not us. So I don't know. I just I think some of the
Yeah.
points we brought up are different points than what I was bringing up, and so it's just good to be able to put all that on the table to be able to hear all different sides of it.
So Weezy, what is
that's
the,
yeah.
So Weezy, let me ask you then, the benefit to him having this, planned out, and staged. So is he still to this day, right? Because this happened when did this happen? Damn, was this June
This
or
happened
July?
like a month ago, bro. It happened like a month ago at least. Maybe
So it was
maybe
July?
it was slightly more than that. Yeah.
It was June or July, one of the two, right?
Some shit like that, yeah.
Okay, so let me ask you this: is he still reaping the benefits from that move?
Let me answer it somewhat easily, but somewhat nuanced. So, if this is indeed staged, as I am claiming, all parties are involved. It's all scripted. They already have a fucking presidential winner. So, whether he wins or loses is besides the point. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I'm not laughing at you. I'm laughing at Oz's comment. My bad, but go ahead.
I'm not even reading the comments, but I know Greg had something to say. What's up, Greg?
Okay, big picture wise, nobody gave a fuck about no elections before this shit happened. It was like the Will Smith slapping the shit out of Chris Rock at the Oscars. Now even all of us are out here talking about it. So that's one benefit to it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah. So I don't know if that answers your question. I can get into more nuance with that, but to me, all politics is indeed a political matrix. It's all bullshit. It's all fake. You have the late great Malcolm X saying that you can't trust the fucking Democrats or the liberals because they'll fucking stab you. But a lot of conservatives will take that quote and cut it short and don't show the whole fucking quote where he says the conservatives will do the same fucking thing to you. So it don't matter if this is left or fucking right bullshit. And so when you Google Trump, Bill Clinton, what images come up? Try that. If you think I'm full of shit, try that fucking shit. They're golfing. They're going to each other's kids' weddings. They're doing all that shit. So when people say, oh no, Bill Clinton is going to lock up, or I'm sorry, Donald Trump is going to lock up Hillary Clinton. He's going to lock her up. And then he says on the campaign trail that, no, that was just campaign talk. It's all fucking political theater. So to say, let me say this. Let me ask you this real quick, Chris. Do you believe man made it to the moon?
No.
All right. That's a good starting point. Now, if they fake the fucking moon landing, why the fuck is it far-fetched to think that they would fake an assassination attempt?
It's not far-fetched that they would.
It's not far-fetched at all, bro.
It's not far-fetched that they would fake an assassination attempt. However, I will say this: the person that they are attacking on many different fronts, even if it is theater for the most part, there is still strips of reality within the theater, right? And I would say that, for instance, all of these court cases that they're filing against Trump, again, that's costing him
the
real
court
money.
cases that disappeared right after the alleged assassination attempt.
But hold on, those from spending a long time working for attorneys, I will tell you, they running them bills up. You understand? They send them invoices.
You don't find it funny that they disappeared right after the assassination attempt?
Well, it was only the one case that really disappeared. The other ones are still pending. The Georgia case is still pending, even despite what went on with Fannie and the rest of them.
I got a great rebuttal to what you're just saying right now. Go ahead, man. Finish up.
So, with that being said, I have seen the media, the Democratic Party, and even to a certain extent, elements within the Republican Party elements within the media, elements within the FBI and intelligence circles, if you will. I have seen them move in ways that I haven't seen them move against prior politicians. I didn't see them go after Barack Obama this way. I didn't see them go after the Clintons this particular way. We damn sure didn't see them go after Bush, Cheney, Reagan. Well, the last ones they went after was the Reagan people, because at least the Reagan people, you can, at the very tiny least, you could say all the motherfuckers was charged and went to jail. Outside of that, like, you know what I'm saying? They really don't mess with their politicians like that. So Trump, not that he's on some I'm going against the grain, I'm trying to help the people type shit, as I've always maintained on this show. I said they're all criminals. They're trying to pull off a jewelry heist. Trump is just too loud in the store. He's making the spot too hot. And they want somebody who's a little more, who's a little, he brings a little less attention to himself. He's not as loud. That's why they want Trump out of there, because he's so loud. He's a stumbling, bumbling idiot, and he's going to bring attention to our heist right now, and we don't need that.
All right, I hear you loud and clear, and that's what a lot of people that are behind Trump say. And I'm not saying you're a Trump supporter. I'm just saying this is what they echo, the same sentiment, saying that he is not part of the deep state. How could he participate in a hoax? I know, but I'm just saying a lot of the similar things that you just said is what they echo. My strongest rebuttal to that, the strongest one that I have for that is, if this were true, why haven't any of these motherfuckers brought up Trump and Jeff Epstein connections? You never hear it. You don't hear it from the left. You obviously ain't gonna hear it from the right. And when you don't hear it from the left, that should tell you everything you need to goddamn know. When the left will attack him for mean tweets, will attack him for the most bullshit, stupid fucking reasons, but won't bring up the real reasons, and that is Jeff Epstein. And they will keep their mouth shut over that shit.
For me, I would flip that. For me, I would. What you're saying is also true, but I would flip it to say, and I've said it,
brother. You can't.
And I said it on this shit. I said it on this show before. Me and Marcus talked about this in 2020, 2019, in the lead up to or 2016, in the lead up to Trump, right? I said that it's ironic that Trump used every single attack in the book against Hillary and her husband, except his connection with Epstein. He said he made one comment one time in passing, real quick, real slick. But the way that Trump is, he's kind of like it's kind of like he's on the spectrum. I'm not knocking to anybody who's on the spectrum, but to me, he has that kind of mentality to where, like, he would just keep repeating the same shit over and over again. The fact that he did not attack Hillary Clinton over her connection to Epstein was very telling to me, because neither one of them used it against each other when they could have, but they both chose not to.
What does that tell you, bro? You need to know what does that tell you, Chris? Right there, what you just said. What does that tell you? To me, it tells me it's all political theater. But what does that tell you?
They're more on the same team than not.
Exactly.
So Chris,
fucking exactly. Like,
let me put it. Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead, Greg. I'm sorry, man. I'm going off my boat right now. Go ahead, Greg.
All right. So let me put it like this: are you saying Trump's like the gang member who's a loudmouth when he's drunk and talks about shit he shouldn't talk about, talks reckless in front of civilians type shit?
Yeah, he shouldn't be doing that. Correct.
To me, Trump is the perfect puppet you want, because he polarizes everyone. The left is gonna hate him They're gonna have an visceral hate, and you see it. I see it on Twitter all fucking day. Trump. There literally is such thing as a TDS syndrome, 100%. But
it goes both ways.
The shit that they bring up is stupid shit. Oh, he's a racist. Oh, he wants to close the border. Oh, it's stupid fucking shit. It's not the real fucking shit like the Jeff Epstein connections and so on and so forth. Now, the right people that view Trump, they'll have fuck the Jesus fucking pictures in their walls. They'll have fucking Trump with his little fucking Band-Aid. He escaped death. He rose again, motherfuckers. You know what I'm saying? I'm not trying.
Hey, and
I'm making Marcus laugh back there, but I'm being serious. Like that's the contrast that a character like Trump brings. He brings a visceral hate from the fucking left, and he brings this almost idolatrous worship from the right, and therefore making him the fucking perfect fucking storm. And then you throw in RFK Jr. in the fucking mix. The plan is fucking set, and motherfuckers are gonna fall for it, man.
Hey, it's Hulk Hogan and the Ultimate Warrior teaming up with this RFK shit.
I'm honestly kind of surprised that they didn't make him VP. It would have made even more.
I wouldn't have been surprised if they would have done that shit. It was getting rolled around.
I won't be surprised if that still might be a possibility of happening, that they drop Vance and then just make RFK the VP.
Yeah, they might not be allowed to do it outright. They might need to rely on some fuck shit to get RFK
because this is what people need to understand, man. Like, this is what I mean by it's all theatrics. It's all WWE. Like, my conversion from RFK, I just want to be. I've been stating it on my shit for show, on my show for a while now. But with RFK Jr., when he came onto the scene, one of the first instances I had of him was when he was on James Corbett. And I was like, God damn, RFK Jr. went on the James Corbett show. What the fuck? On the Corbett Report. This is fucking huge. So I started paying attention. I read The Real Anthony Fauci. I didn't read it once. I read that motherfucking book twice. And it's a long-ass fucking read. And I read it twice. And I was like, God damn, there's a lot of motherfucking truth bombs getting dropped right here. And I was pumped up on RFK Jr. But then when and I'll just finish up, Chris. But then when his Jeff Epstein connection started coming up, and RFK Jr. couldn't defend them correctly, or he'd be stuttering, or he'd be getting nervous breakdowns over Jeff Epstein connections and ties, I was like, this motherfucker's dirty. Although he wrote a great book in Anthony Fauci, I don't trust this motherfucker no more. And so that was the diminishing of my trust in this motherfucker. And to see him team up, and then seeing RFK Jr. stance on Palestine, Gaza. He's a 100% Zionist. And all these three candidates, Kamala Harris, Trump, RFK Jr., are all motherfucking Zionists at the end of the day. And I'm trying to watch my language because I know you're on YouTube and I don't want to get you in trouble. So that's why I'm using the word good. Zionist. Yeah, but I want to have respect for your platform, man.
But this is
go ahead, Chris. Point. I'm sorry, man.
No, you're straight. It's a good point to make, right? So the difference between what would happen if Kamala won, what would happen if Trump won. Conversations like this where you keep throwing around the Z word like that under either one of them might become problematic, right? So it just goes to show who really runs shit. Because pretty soon if you're talking like that, look, Florida, there was a whole bunch of rule changes here in Florida, right? I don't know if you, Wheezy, had a chance to go and look through all of the rule changes that are now in effect or will soon go in effect here in Florida. But, they had, there's new rules as it pertains to anti-Semitism and new punishments that will come for you in this particular state if you are tagged as an anti-Semite. So again, people gonna have to talk in code. It sucks. You want to be real. You want to be thorough. You want to say F that. You know what I'm saying? However, you do have to be a little bit smart in how you choose to communicate, because you don't necessarily want people coming to knock on your door. Thankfully, this is not a situation like England, where you see that people are really showing up on people's doorstep over, over the corona shit and over other comments that have been made. This is where we're going. One way or the other, it doesn't matter who wins or loses.
One caveat that I'll put in, though, about the UK stuff is we got to remember that they have different laws over there. They don't have like a First Amendment to just free speech over there.
Oh,
so
no.
It's not like this is like a new thing that's happened, and people have gotten in trouble before.
Yeah, hate speech is always been unprotected speech.
Yeah.
And I'm glad we're having the conversation. We got two Chicanos, we got two African American brothers, and Marcus. When I had him on my show, we did a show a couple months ago, and it was a great ass show, and I want to do it again, my man.
Yeah.
But one of the things that I brought up was I grew up in LA. I'm in Florida right now, but I grew up in LA. There was a lot of Jews down there, and my recollection as a little kid, as a little Chicano growing up in LA, was that Jews was little white boys that didn't accept Jesus. That's what my 6-year-old I grew up thinking that shit. My best friend as a little 6-year-old was this little fucking white kid named Edo. Little white kid with a blonde ass fucking bowl cut from the 90s.
I see that, Chris.
Fucking spinning motherfucking dreidels. And I was just like, this is white folks that don't believe in Jesus. And then as I get older, I'm told, no,
bro, they're not white. They're fucking Semitic. You gotta watch your fucking language, bro.
I'm like, man, fuck this shit, motherfucker. You gonna tell me Mark Zucker, Steven Spielberg, Bernie Sanders is not fucking white? Fuck you, dude. You can't tell me what my motherfucking eyes see. They ain't gonna get racial profile like myself or yourselves on the fucking screen and get a gun pulled to our fucking head for driving while brown or black. Motherfucker. They're white motherfuckers that are trying to portray themselves as a race. Get the fuck out of here.
If you boned a Jewish
and the only people acknowledging this race shit is the fucking Jews themselves and the motherfucking hardcore racists. They're not white, brother. They're fucking other, man. That's the only motherfuckers believe in this fucking crock of shit. And the brown Jews, guess what they are? They're fucking Arabs. Surprise, surprise, so motherfucking surprise. So I don't want to hear any of this fucking shit about this fucking Zionism bullshit. If you want to fucking utilize that in Florida, it's a fucking faith. It's a belief system. It's not a fucking race. Zionism is a fucking political ideology. I would argue the most dangerous political ideology that exists. And people aren't ready for that conversation. But that's where I stand. Sorry, I'll get off my soapbox.
Real quick, one thing I want to say as it relates to Zionism and that particular group of people, we spend a lot of time being highly critical of the things that they do, the rules they set, the policies they author. I will say this though, we as individuals and as a group should be copying their movements, not what they necessarily stand for, but how they move, how
they organize.
Any interpersonal beef gets put on the back burner that is secondary to the group's success. So yeah, while Marcus, I may be like, I really don't like Marcus. Like, I really don't win. However, Yeah, see, but then whenever it comes to somebody else attacking us, we form like Voltron, and there's no penetrating that barrier. So I think we would all be better off if we were to adopt that, because we all are very fractured and we don't necessarily stand together. So when you don't stand for something, you'll fall for anything.
No, and to that point, so I've read Mein Kampf, Hitler's Mein Kampf. I read it not once. I read the whole shit front to cover twice. I did a book review I on my show. I did it with what the fuck is his name? He's another pretty good podcaster. But we try to be as objective as possible in our review, because when people think of Hitler, 95% of the people have a negative automatic view because of the propaganda and shit. And then you have a small but loud minority, probably 5% of the population. Everything Hitler did was good and holy and all this shit. And so we try to do a breakdown where we said the good, the bad, and the ugly. We said the good shit that he did. We said the bad shit and the horrible shit that happened. And so,
which that's just to break in real quick, that's tough to do, because a lot of people get so triggered on their feelings that they can't take a nuanced approach to just vetting information. And for a long time, I wouldn't even touch any of that stuff because of how much is demonized for you to even pay any attention.
You don't even want to go there, bro.
Exactly.
So Marcus, when I first read Mein Kampf, like I was on Odyssey, I saw the upload come up, Mein Kampf, the full American, modern edition.
Mm-hmm.
As soon as I started listening to it, because of the indoctrination, I started getting like, oh man, I'm ready to. I don't want to listen to this shit.
Mm-hmm.
And then I started listening to it. I'm like, damn, this is fascinating. When you hear allegedly, because now I have doubts that Hitler even wrote that fucking book. It could all be propaganda. That's another conspiracy that I'm starting to believe. But when you start listening to Mein Kampf and you hear Hitler talking about the origins of World War I, that was in my wheelhouse because I love history and I'm loving. And to hear from the Germans' point of view how World War I started and ended, I'm like, damn, this shit is fascinating.
Yeah.
So the point that I was getting at with what were we fucking talking about?
Well, it started off on the Trump assassination, and then we got into this.
Well, I just wanted to say that we did I did an objective thing on Mein Kampf, like the good, the bad, and the ugly, because like I said, the vast majority view it as completely evil, and then you have a small minority. Everything he did was great, and we try to break down everything and in between.
And what I would say also, to just throw in there, if you don't try to get into the mindset of the so-called bad guy, in that bad guy's mind, he doesn't think of himself as a bad guy. He feels justified for whatever reasons. So at least try to understand the justifications for why this person felt they needed to do whatever they needed to do. And I say, hold that same kind of viewpoint on everybody, on every subject,
every topic.
We're looking at I hear a lot of conservatives, they give so much credit to founding fathers and only want to look at good and want to ignore all the horrendous shit that they did.
They pick and choose, and that's the conversation I had today with Rurik Skywalker. He's an American living in Russia, and that's what we were precisely talking about. How isn't it curious? Like, even if you don't want to believe in conspiracies, isn't it curious when you look back at all these historical events, how the winner is always the good guy in all these events? Isn't it fucking curious that the good guy wins 100% of the motherfucking time?
Yeah,
like
that guy never wins.
That should make you wonder, like, oh shit, damn, the fucking good guys have a batting record of 1,000. What the fuck? That should make anyone question fucking history. And when you realize it, you're like, damn, all right. I should start questioning this shit and that shit. So let's get into the Trump shit, if we may. So I don't buy it at all. Now, as soon as I say something like that, people will say, "What about the person that died?" Okay, here's my view on it. Trump was in on it, faked the whole shit, and someone in the audience could have very well been killed. And if you have an audience where you, just like January 6th, mind you, where you have a mix of general public people and feds, and if you kill one of these innocent people, for reals, everyone's told this is all bullshit. We're in on it. We're gonna fake this shit, blah blah blah. And then you kill a real motherfucker. That wasn't part of the script. You really think that motherfuckers is gonna be opening their mouths and sharing videos and talking about it? That to me makes the most sense. I broke it down on many of my shows. I don't know how detailed you want to get, but the other reason why I don't believe it's real is, firstly, is his reaction. We have data. We have Trump reacting to another attempted quote unquote assassination. His Secret Service tells him to get off stage. He fucking hauls ass, doesn't do any goddamn photo ops, and he legitimately hauls ass, and that is realistic. Now with this one, he's doing one photo op, ducks down, does another motherfucking photo op with the flag perfectly behind him, and now it's all mugshots and posters everywhere and billboards down here in fucking Florida. But he didn't do it that first time. Get the fuck out of here. And then you have the fact that this motherfucker, not on one occasion, but on two occasions, he said that after he got shot, he went to grab his ear. Blood was all over his motherfucking hand. And in the pictures, you see zero, not even one fucking drop of blood on his hand. And then a couple of days later, in the DNC speech, he says, "Blood was everywhere. There was blood." And there was no motherfucking blood. And someone wrote that script for him. Why the fuck is he repeating that there was blood on his motherfucking hand? If there was no blood on his motherfucking hand, it's all fucking horseshit. It's all theatrics. It's all political theater. And I just want to finalize. Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
When he was talking,
I'm getting into it because it's all fucking theatrics, man.
Oh no, we're with you. But you hit a key word that we got to go back to.
Yeah. When he was talking to Elon, you didn't hear him. The blood.
I listened to it. That's why I said.
Yeah, me too. No, I just laughed at that shit because he said the blood.
There was blood. He fucking emphasizes that L. Who the fuck emphasizes an L after a B? Who the fucking emphasizes an L after a fucking B? The blood.
The blood. It was just everywhere. The blood.
Right off, because I've been following this shit, dude. And when I heard that motherfucker say that, I was like, man, this is straight up theatrics. There was blood everywhere. No one fucking says blood like that. Fucking blood.
But look, we're all, I think all four of us here at the very least remember wrestling from the 90s and shit like that. You know what I mean? He's been involved in wrestling and he is good friends with Vince McMahon. I think that should tell everybody all you need to know about him. And with that being said, I'll let you finish right now. I still think they took a shot at him, but go ahead, Weezy.
So if you have been following the JFK assassination, which I imagine you've You have
Yeah.
to some extent. So
Yeah.
I'm good friends with Corey Hughes. I would consider him the JFK researcher extraordinaire because he's the only motherfucker that has balls to tie Israel to the JFK assassination when every
By far,
will cower.
my favorite interview that you did was that Corey Hughes one. That one was amazing.
I that's my homie. I talk to him all the fucking time. I'll fucking call him. I'm at work and I'll call that motherfucker. I'm like, "What's up, bitch?" Corey Hughes.
I want to get on the show one of these days and chop it up with you and Corey again. Well, we did it with the fight.
We'll do it. We'll do it, bro. We'll do it.
I want to talk to Corey again.
Hell yeah, man. We'll fucking do it. You know what? Maybe we could do a 4-way podcast with my boy Dr. Raza. That motherfucker is anti-Zionist as fuck. And he was raised Jewish. He was ethnically Jewish, and he's anti that Zionist bullshit as fuck. And Dr. Raza doesn't believe in the moon landings, and he's intelligent as fuck, man.
Is he still a professor in China?
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
He works for the Chinese Space Agency.
Okay.
And he says the moon landing is fake as fuck. But anyways, fuck, what was the point we was on?
Well, we were just talking about the blood part.
Oh, the blood part. So the other point that I wanted to make, God, my memory.
Well, also, I want to put this out here because Diana Nelson brought up a good point. And I'm gonna read a couple that she put in here. Says, and I'll start here. Okay, I want to know, where is the scar? Also, if this has actually happened, how come his so-called doctor said he didn't need stitches? Because that's one of the points that I brought up. If you're gonna tell me, not after the blood part, he talked about how it hit his ear so hard it ripped through his ear, and
the doctors say it leaves a lot of blood.
And blood.
It bleeds like anything, and it's a lot of blood.
Chris is my dog, man. Hey, Chris, I'm gonna say this. Like, after hearing you last week, even though I agree with you, I'm like, oh man, this might turn into a yelling shout. It's actually pretty fun. It's going smooth because we're talking about the blood.
The blood.
Get the fuck out of here. So there's a couple of points I want to make about this shit, because don't you find it interesting that we have to date 0 pictures or videos of this so-called bullet going through his ear? The only picture that we have is by Douglas Mills, who just happened to catch the fucking bullet whizzing by his back ear with a camera at 20 frames per second. Why the fuck was he using 20 frames per second when he was taking pictures of Donald Trump to begin with is a question that no one is asking. Because what professional photographer is going to have their camera settings at 20 frames per second to begin with? And if you have it at 20 frames per second, it's almost impossible to see a bullet streak on your photographs. You need to have 60 frames, maybe even higher frames per second to catch a bullet traveling through the goddamn air. 20 frames per second, and he caught the damn film. But don't forget, bro, Douglas Mills isn't a stranger to miraculous news happenings. He was also there in Sarasota at Emmer Booker Elementary when George Bush got the news that the Twin Towers was hit on 9/11. This is Douglas Mills, always catching these historic landmark footages. What was you gonna say, bro?
So let me ask you this, not for the sake of argument. I just want to know, and Greg too, you chime in on this, Marcus, you as well. In a lot of instances where we have seen either attacks, I don't necessarily want to use the T word, but shootings and things like that. A lot of the time, what do we see after the fact? That the FBI had some sort of contact with the shooter, right?
Yeah, I'm with you.
Do you guys? And I'm going to assume you guys saw the news that said that the gun range that Homeboy was going to was a range used by Homeland and the FBI.
That's not surprising because we found out that kid was in a BlackRock commercial.
before, and that's all part of it. So this is what I'm saying. To that extent, though, I know you say maybe Trump is the one who was kind of like orchestrating this, or his team.
I don't
not
know
him
if he
personally.
Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm interrupting.
Yeah.
Go ahead, man.
Yeah, not him personally. Like, hey guys, make sure the blood comes through. Not that he was doing that, right?
I got you.
But not him, but maybe his team, if you will, or people, you know, in and around him said, yo, we got to make this happen type shit. But you don't find it, if you believe in that, you don't find it a little reason to pause now that you know that he was that close to Homeland and the feds?
I don't find it reason to pause, and here's why, my man. Because Trump is a loud ass motherfucker, right? Would you agree? He brags, he talks a lot of shit. If he was involved,
the reason why you want to get him clipped.
well, no. Quite the opposite, and let me tell you why. He's a loud ass motherfucker. A lot of people that support Trump, I'm not saying you support Trump, I'm just saying a lot of people that support Trump saying that the CIA was probably involved. They tried to take him out, but they missed. That's what they're saying. So going back to my Kennedy analogy, was in the Kennedy assassination, they had a fuck ton of snipers, bro. They had 4, 5, 6 snipers. So if plan A misses, it's all good. Plan B will hit him. Oh, plan B misses? It's all good. Plan C will hit his ass. Oh, shit. Plan C misses? Plan D, plan E. They had snipers all over. Kennedy was going to die that motherfucking day. That's what people need to realize. There was no way out of it. There was no and ifs or buts. Kennedy was going to motherfucking die. Now, Trump, you had this motherfucker named John Collin, whom I did a podcast with on the Las Vegas shooting, whom I don't know about this motherfucker. I had him on my show. I will disclose that in fair dealings with people, but he's now going in that there was multiple shooters and the CIA they laid low and they wanted to take out Trump. Explain why the fuck Donald Trump was able to get 2 photo ops, not 1 fucking photo op, but 2 photo ops. You don't think plan D, plan E, plan F would have fucking rose up? Oh, bitch, you're taking a fucking photo op? Motherfucker, now you're fucking done. The CIA, the FBI would not have missed. And that is a question that all these people that believe
but
the
they
CIA
do miss
probably
sometimes.
miss, they can't answer that shit.
But they do miss sometimes.
Here, I got a question that I'm going to throw in.
They missed.
And,
hold on, they missed.
I'll say this also. That's something that when you really want to take somebody out to that level, you're going to have multiple contingency programs. And I'm telling you, like, as somebody, this is somewhere
you ain't gonna miss.
You
ain't gonna miss, Marcus.
My military background comes up. In the military, how things are done is they're not sending only one person. They have multiple options in case anything happens. Let's say this plane goes down and they can't get there. There's a secondary unit that's going to follow up. If that unit can't get there, they have units on the ground that they can use. They're always going to have a B, a C, a D, multiple
plan F, plan Z, plan X, Y, Z, all that bullshit, bro. Because when you have a goal, you ain't gonna miss, and that's the bottom motherfucking line that people are seeming to miss. And that's the thing. Like you really think they're gonna miss by clipping a fucking a little fucking earlobe? That to me is a conspiracy theory.
Here, I got one question that I want to throw in there. Over on the Rockfin side, Seth M asks, anyone notice on one of the first videos, the guy back up to the right with the sign that goes down split second before the shot and stays ducked down before even Trump? I didn't notice that, but I was wondering.
I saw that. I saw that video too with the guy ducking down. I mean, again, a lot of the times with stuff like this,
if the bullets
you get
it's
so
going
much
faster than the speed is down.
Yeah, you get
assuming it's
you
real.
get a lot of and you get so much, you get overloaded, and then you're trying to figure this stuff out. You don't want to be wrong, you want to be right. Our egos tend to get in the way, and we start moving. But I did too, but they just let go.
Let me tell you this, Chris, because I think I think I can get you onto our side, man. I think I can get you. I think I can get you on. I think you're on the right track, man. You just so after the first shots are followed. All right, so you hear the pop pop pop. It's after the second shot because I've watched the fucking tape a shit ton of times, man. After the second shot is when he goes for his ear, ducks down and shit. They're down on the ground for over a minute.
Mm-hmm.
I was a firefighter in the mountains. I was a hotshot firefighter for many years. I had to go through the fire academy, and part of the routine to get into the fire academy was you got to put on your turnouts in under 45 seconds, meaning your whole fucking boots, your fucking pants, 45 seconds or less. Boom, let's fucking rock and roll. These motherfuckers was down on the ground for a whole minute. A whole minute is an eternity of time if you're going to fake some shit. If you're going to put some fucking squid packet, ketchup, whatever the fuck you want to call it, boom, you get it over with. Now,
barbecue sauce.
Yeah, barbecue sauce, tangy flavor, whatever the fuck you want to use. Now, for some people that may sound absurd and ridiculous, but when you realize, when you look at the whole tape from the beginning to the shots to Trump getting into the Cadillac, and then you see the little fat bitch security service that can't even holster her fucking gun.
The makeup artist?
Why the fuck is a secret security bitch ain't able to, at the very bare minimum, holster her fucking gun? The most plausible explanation for me, at least, is that, it's because she's been a lifelong makeup artist. Her role is to put on fucking makeup. She don't know how to fucking handle a gun. She don't know how to holster this shit because she's a fucking makeup artist. So that to me explains that whole fucking blubbering or about regarding that shit. And then when you
but here's the thing.
Yeah.
Let me jump in real quick, and it's for everybody. So we can now play Monday morning quarterback, right? We can now do this. So
I call bullshit Sunday, dude. Saturday night, I call bullshit on it.
So given that how the news cycle works in this country or around the world at this point, given how fast we refresh our browsers and these apps and shit like that, a month and some change later, however long ago it happened, what is the difference for him pre-shot and post-shot? What is the difference?
The drama.
The drama to it.
Getting everybody's attention. Getting everybody's attention on it. Pumping up Kamala. Bringing in RFK.
Yeah.
It's just getting our attention spans.
I agree with Greg, what Greg just said, because it gets you pumped up. And don't you find it, Chris, don't you find it interesting that as braggadocious as Trump is, I know if it happened to me, I'd be like, God damn, I almost got killed a few days ago. Motherfucking bullet was by my fucking head. And he ain't talking about
couldn't drop me. I took it and smiled.
He ain't talking about it. He ain't mentioning it. He said.
Well, he mentioned it. I thought he would have been using that more as a talking point.
And he's not.
And he's not. He did mention
that
it.
That proves my point.
He did mention it a lot not a lot, but he did mention it often when he spoke with Elon for their Spaces conversation. That was the most that I had heard him bring it up post.
He only mentioned it for 10 minutes. I listened to that whole. It was an hour. listened to it and
It's
it was
almost
only
2
10
hours.
minutes.
I only heard him
narrative.
mention it twice. I only heard him talk about the
He
shooting
only mentioned it
twice.
for 10 minutes total, bro. Like,
Yeah, in the beginning.
This to me is a life-changing event. If
It
some
should be.
motherfucker, if someone motherfucker clipped me on the fucking ear, I'm like, God damn, I was inches from dying. And let me tell you this, Chris. This is something that I mentioned on my show, and I doubt you've heard it. Gregory has probably heard it, but Trump is an Abraham Lincoln fan. He views himself as competing with Abraham Lincoln. I found many similarities with the Abraham Lincoln assassination to the fake Trump assassination. Here's a couple of those similarities so that you can process them and maybe you'll come around. Trump said that the reason he survived that fake Trump assassination attempt was because at just the right moment, he turned his head at the right angle, meaning instead of his brain getting clipped, it was just a piece of his ear. Abraham Lincoln died because John Wilkes Booth jumped into that Ford's Theater in the booth, holding in his right hand a one-shot Derringer, in his left hand a fucking knife. Abraham Lincoln got shot in the left fucking ear. So how the fuck is a right-handed gunman gonna take that Abraham Lincoln death shot? Well,
Okay, Weezy.
To finish that story, hold up, Greg. To finish that story, historians say that Abraham Lincoln turned his head at just the wrong time to laugh at a joke that was going on in the comedy theater. So Trump turns his head at just the right time to survive it. Abraham Lincoln turns his head at just the wrong time to get fucking killed. Crazy ass coincidence, I suppose. Go ahead, Greg.
If somebody puts a gun in your face and you're not used to it, you might flinch. Like you don't even want to look at it.
Yeah.
And if he was just there to kill him, then it didn't matter like which way he was looking.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. But and the other similarity to the Abraham Lincoln and Trump assassinations is, so I mentioned Doug Mills. Doug Mills taking that miraculous shot with 20 frames per second camera, capturing the bullet behind him, which I think is photoshopped. I don't think that shit's real at all, but people are taking that as gospel. The similarity to the Abraham Lincoln assassination was that in the Abraham Lincoln assassination, you had a photographer named Alexander Gardner. Alexander Gardner took the death photo of Abraham Lincoln. He also took the photos of the co-conspirators. He also took the photo of John Wilkes motherfucking Booth. What are the odds of that? So I call Douglas Mills the modern day Alexander Gardner. And there's many similarities to that shit. And the whole thing is scripted. The very fact that here's another weird anomaly. So Trump, a few days later at the RNC speech, says, I'm not going to talk about this event again. It's over and done with. You know who else said this type of shit, this rhetoric? Oh, Jesus Campos, the security guard at the Las Vegas Mandalay Bay shooting, when he was on the Ellen DeGeneres show. Ellen DeGeneres said, this is the only interview he's ever going to do. He's never going to talk about it again. And the other person that said that they would never talk about it was the DJ at the Post nightclub in Orlando, Florida. The DJ at the Orlando Post nightclub wrote his police statement on a Facebook post and said, this is the only time I'm ever going to talk about it. I'm never going to answer any questions about this ever again. So when Trump said, I'm never going to talk about this shit ever again, I was like, wait a minute. You have a motherfucker that loves a brag. This should be his bragging fucking moment. He almost got killed and he survived. He should be spiking footballs on every motherfucker that he comes across. but this is the last time he's going to talk about it. That to me was the biggest dead giveaway that this is all bullshit. It's all theatrics. It's all political theater. Because when you don't want to talk about an event again, what's the biggest reason why? The biggest reason why is because you're going to fuck up on your second and third and fourth attempts. You're going to fuck up your events. You're going to fuck up your timeline, and people are going to scrutinize you. So it's just best said, let's do it once, and that's the final cut. That is it.
Go ahead, Chris.
Again, let me ask another question. Have we heard Trump say anything about Ukraine and Russia since then?
No.
Nah.
They haven't said shit about Gaza, and Gaza continues to get bombed away.
No, but Gaza's irrelevant to this point because they're all Zionists. So we have not heard Trump say anything more related to Ukraine
because it's
and
a fake
stopping
war, bro.
And
it's
stopping the situation. My only reason why I say that this attempt was made on Trump is because Marcus, and I've said this to Marcus and everybody else who would listen. The fact, my line of thinking on this is that they had to tell Trump, yo, you guys stop talking about Russia and Ukraine the way you're talking about it. And you also are threatening to stop the money train that is going on. That we're talking about billions of dollars at play in this operation. We're not talking about millions. We are talking about billions. And somebody is saying
perhaps trillions, brother. Perhaps trillions.
And somebody is openly saying, hey, I'm going to come in and we're going to shut this down. That is reason for the people who are executing this plan and putting money in their pockets. That is reason for them to say, yo, this mother gotta go. But go ahead, Greg.
Okay, assuming what you're saying is true, was this a warning shot?
I think they tried to take him out. I think the fact that they haven't done anything else.
I think they wanted him to be dead.
I mean, if you just look at the behavior of the Secret Service, and as I always say, every time they want to get something done, they just always say it's a mistake or incompetency every single time. TSA all of a sudden. Just like with 9/11. Just like with 9/11, what did they tell us?
Why didn't Trump ever criticize the Secret Service? He praised them. He said they did a phenomenal job. The only ones criticizing the Secret Service are the pro-Trumpers thinking the CIA was in it.
Yeah, but
Trump himself said they did a phenomenal job. Why would Trump say that?
Look, if I'm waiting for my food to be made and they taking mad long, I'm not going to complain and say that they taking mad long because I don't want them spitting in my food, right? I'm gonna play it cool. I'm gonna play it cool because I don't want them to spit in my food. But deep down, I'm inside in the car in the drive-through, like these motherfuckers. So when I get to the window, I'm gonna be like, "Hey, what's up? How y'all doing?" Right? Here's my car. So because I don't want them to spit in my shit.
So someone in the live chat said, "A fake war. You gotta explain that, homie, on the Ukraine-Russia shit." Well, I will definitely.
Well, I wanted to say this real quick and add this in. The reason why I had a hard time buying that because he was going to fuck up the Russia-Ukraine shit is because the powers that be would not put him on this level if they had any fear that he would be fucking up any of their bread. None of these presidents have the power to just overwhelm.
They don't have any fucking power. They're all puppets, bro. That's the
Joe
point.
Biden's the most unpredictable motherfucker in the world.
Joe Biden was the biggest. Like,
I think Joe Biden is still following orders. He's still following orders.
Joe Biden isn't. But Joe Biden has.
Hey, what's his orders? Suck this straw now. There's Gerber food at the very end.
Yeah, Biden he has no. Biden is not there. His advisors and everybody are.
He's done, bro. He's done.
He has nothing. He hasn't been there from the time he said he was running to August 25th, 2024. He's not been there. His advisors, and cabinet are controlling that.
But I would say even Biden aside, you go all the way back to the Bush Cheney years. Actually, I could take it back even further than that. I mean, so I'm not here forever. We could take it back to just Reagan and Iran-Contra, all that. All that stuff gets found out. Nobody goes to prison. In fact, the people who
no, a lot of people went to prison from the Reagan years.
I'm talking about the people who actually put it into place. They're always going to send some fall guys to prison once the shit comes out. But there's nobody in at the White House who went down for that, and they were involved in it. None of the top generals who were involved. They sent people like Ollie North, who was at the bottom of the totem pole as far as who's working out of DOD. They send those people to be the fall guys for it, but none of the major admirals or any of them got in any trouble. Then you go from that to
Gary Webb still killed himself.
Yeah, shot himself in the head twice somehow, in the back of the head. And then you have what happened after that. All that stuff that was still going on in South America continues on through the Bush administration into the Clinton administration. And then from then on, you see all of these agendas continue to keep going, no matter who the president is. And so for me to believe that any president is coming in and changing something, I mean, Bush talked about, not Bush, but can't remember, what was it, not Milley? No. I don't know. The chat will remember which general it was.
Which Bush?
Where he was talking about the wars. Junior during W, where he talked about this plan of all these different wars that they wanted to get engaged in.
General Flynn.
Who was it?
General Flynn?
No, it wasn't Flynn. This is he was Wesley Clark. It was Wesley Clark.
Yeah, the 7 countries.
About the 7 countries that they wanted to go into, and they went into the first 3 under Bush. Bush goes out of power. They end up invading the other ones under Obama. After Obama gets out, then we see that they just move on to the next country that they wanted to go into, which was Ukraine. And if you look at it, all of these countries that we can go back to easily from, say, George Bush Sr., all the way up until now, have all been countries which one of the eyes of the 5 eyes intelligence agencies has had a beef with. That would be Israel. So all of these are Israel's wars that we are continuing to fight.
I mean, you go back to Sykes-Picot.
Exactly. I mean, there's no presidents who are literally like gonna stop this gravy train on how things are going at the top. I don't know. Anybody want to jump in?
I had a point, but I forgot. You left me dumbfounded, Marcus.
My bad. I didn't mean to talk over you.
I had a point I wanted to make earlier, but I forgot what it was. Guess it's not important.
Tell me to quit fucking running on then. My bad. I'll get off my soapbox. But I look at it as there's no way Trump would be on the national stage if they felt like Trump was any threat to any of the plans that they wanted done.
That's what I was saying about Biden. Like, if they're whacking Trump or trying to take him out because he's unpredictable, they would have, I mean, just as easily been worried about Biden doing some shit like that.
But why would you need to take out Biden when he's just he's the
when it's obvious
puppet?
they could just say he's crazy?
He's brain dead, right?
Yeah.
He's not there. So you can literally treat him like a sock puppet.
Because he might say some crazy shit and spill the beans on everything.
But clearly if he does, you can just say, oh, grandpa's having a moment.
Okay.
So there's multiple ways.
We'll talk about shit like that, like, oh, there he is, fucking. But everybody, okay, I get what you're saying.
You know what I'm saying? You can just, if he says, oh man, we really bend over for Israel, they would be like, oh, grandpa's just, he misspoke. Look, again, they tried to tell us that his constant errors while speaking was a stutter, and that we shouldn't be making fun of him because he has a stutter, when clearly it's just age and he's going through it mentally. So they tried to get us to believe that. As far as I'm concerned, as far as the Trump thing, and we can move on to another topic.
I want to I want to throw this one other thing about Trump that I would say is Trump is probably the most indebted to a lot of these power players than any of these people on at this level, because they bailed him out so many times monetarily wise when there was no reason for him to get any loans or to get out of these bankruptcies, and they continuously got him out. So he's completely indebted to the powers that be for everything he has.
Again, I think that they've been doing a lot of things to Trump because they realize that he has the attention of so much of white America that, you know, that the people with guns who actually might go and do shit. I think the fact that he has their attention is why they work so hard to try to discredit him, because they've already got, look, Hispanics, they already got Hispanics off of Trump early. Look, he came down the golden escalator, and he made the comments about Hispanics and Mexicans and shit like that. Boom. They already tried to tell black people that he's racist. The Central Park Five, him not renting to black people, the comments that he's made in the past, etc., etc. So they've already got those constituencies, at least 50% against him. The rest is, you know what I'm saying? Let me hold on, I got too many thoughts. Let me just end with this and we can move on to another topic, because I got like 90 million thoughts right now. I'm trying to hold them all. But the last thing on this topic is this.
Don't hold them all.
Trump,
Chris, you got hate in your heart, let it out.
90 million, the Trump assassination being fake ain't one.
He checks every single box of the ruling class. There's not a box that he doesn't check. Does he want more money for the ruling? Is he willing to cut taxes to put more money in the top 1% pocket? Absolutely. Is he trying to stop any other foreign military misadventure? No, with the exception of Russia and Ukraine. Is he at all interested in stopping Israel from what they're doing? Not at all. Is he all about pointing a gun at China and telling them, yo, you need to chill out? Yes. So he checks every single box with the exception of going against Russia. That is the only part that they got a problem with. And we know that the United States, just as a policy, Democrat, Republican, irrespective of that, we know that Russia being a bad guy is something we will always need as Americans. We always need the boogeyman. And since Osama gone, since you can't use Pakistan no more, you can't use Afghanistan, the Taliban no more, Russia has to be the boogeyman on the stage. And you cannot have an American president who is saying, hey, you know that guy they've been telling you to be scared of? Nah, me and him is actually kind of cool. And if I tell him to chill, he'll probably chill a little bit. They can't have that. Because then how much more do you
the North Korea shit? Oh, okay. It's all coming together.
Yeah. How do you justify a military budget that is almost now $1 trillion without having a boogeyman there? You can't justify it. So they need to do that for the amount of simps in this country who believe all the propaganda that they're fed by the media and the government. So to me, this is why I say one of the main reasons why they don't want Trump in office is because he makes you look at Russia a different way, or at least he makes his believers look at Russia in a certain way. Go ahead, everybody. I'm done.
Before they even write the script. Before they even write the play script, like fucking, he's out there fucking it up. I could see that.
Well, I would argue that they've been able to always get their stuff done without needing a boogeyman. I mean, they just, because in all reality, I don't really see much difference on how they've called Trump a boogeyman or a bad guy than the way George W. Bush was looked at, the way George H.W. Bush was looked at, the way Reagan is
not Trump though, Marcus. Trump versus the world. And then he's out there fucking shaking hands with Kim Kim Il Jong?
Kim Jong.
Kim Jong Un.
Yeah, I mean, but here's the thing: Trump is not the bad guy to the one of the countries that matters the most. In fact, he's beloved by Israel.
Yeah, that's the biggest takeaway right there. You know, people want to make Trump an evil guy or a good guy, but
He just said the
people
other
forget
day.
that they all fucking kiss that wall. They all wear that stupid little fucking hat.
Even
Each
Putin.
and
Did you
one
see
of all of them. You know what I'm saying?
Did you hear him the other day say how much well, not that he didn't say, I don't want to put words in his mouth, but he said something to the effect of Israel had a lot of power here in the United States 15 years ago, and their power seems to have lessened a little bit. I look to restore that or something to that effect. So
Was that Trump or
again,
RFK?
no, that was Trump.
Oh.
That was Trump who said this. So again, if he was truly, truly, truly about his business and American first, he wouldn't be talking like that. And again, as I've told people who don't pay attention to anything online, that it's ironic that Nick Fuentes and that wing of would-be Trump supporters are kind of upset with him and they're vocal about it because of his support for Israel. Does that mean that they won't show up for him in November? Not at all. They probably still will. But it's just the fact that this conversation is taking place in a space amongst people where this conversation never happened before. I think that is telling for the future.
I agree. I would agree that is a different, that's a change.
Definitely. Little sidebar to Crips off of.
Yeah. But I just wonder how much.
But you can't grift. See, the thing is, you can't grift. You can grift off of any other community except this one. This is where the grift don't work, and only in small cases. Because look at even Alex Jones. No.
Yeah, it's not a permanent grift.
That's why I wonder, like, how much of this, the talking heads who on the right who have come out against Trump, how much of that trickles down to their listeners. How many of their listeners are still going to go out and vote for Trump, or how many of them are going to take to heart the stuff that the Candace Owens is and I forgot who you were just talking about, Nick Fuentes. How much of their viewers is that going to actually affect? And when all they got to do is scream, Kamala is bringing socialism and she's bringing communism. All they got to do is scream that, and every person on the right loses their mind, and they'll be right to the polls.
Then you tell them Trump riding socialism with the CARES Act, and
but that's the thing. That's one thing that I've noticed the difference between Democrats and Republicans. Democrats will try to spin. They'll try spin. You're saying that Kamala did this or Biden did this, but they'll try to justify it, or they'll try to make an excuse. Well, they had to because they got this, or Kamala didn't really lock up all these black men. I mean, she might have did legislation, or she might have tried to, or was.
We don't have
or they did it.
A PAYGO exemption.
Exactly, they did it, but she just was like rubber stamping it and saying it was okay. She wasn't the one pushing this policy, and that's how they'll do it. Whereas Republicans, I've looked at them like many. Well, I'm not going to say all Republicans. I'll say MAGA. Completely have no clue what the hell Trump has said, and then when you give them a direct quote from Trump, no, he didn't. He didn't say that.
I don't even know what communism is or socialism.
Most Americans don't know what any of these things mean. They just know that I grew up and that was bad. I don't like that. I don't want that. So if you call it this, then I just don't want it. That's bad. Most of them have no clue what communism is. Most of them have no clue what socialism is. I listened to a libertarian the other day, basically making an argument for community socialism, not realizing that he's making an argument for socialism on a small scale. Actually, I would say he was making an argument for communism, because he talked about the community, how the everything needs
depending
to be.
on the libertarian, because they're all about limited government. I could see that.
Well, this kid, I think. Well, I think this kid.
I don't know. Like, you were listening to him, I wasn't.
I think this kid is just parroting talking points that he heard and doesn't know what the hell he's talking about. But I get your point, Gregory.
MAGA communism.
That's probably what it is. They're probably what's his name? Damn, I can't remember his name. What you know his name?
He who shall not be named, Voldemort.
Yeah. They're probably some of his followers.
I just wanted to address something before I bounce.
Sure. Yeah, we're about to wrap.
Someone in the comments said, "Oh, you got to explain the Russia-Ukraine war as fake." And if you would have listened, and Gregory listened to that show with Rurik Skywalker. He's an American that lives in Russia, and he remains anonymous, as you can imagine why. I mean, you're talking shit about the Russian government living in Russia. You'd probably want to lay low as well. And
under political asylum.
Yeah. And the way he described it was, look, the war is fake, but the dead bodies are not. And so that's what people need to understand. There's real people dying out there. There's real families getting destroyed. But the whole premise behind it is absolute bullshit. It's fake as fuck. Fake and gay, as the young people says. And if that's fake and gay, why shouldn't you question anything else? Like the moon landings, like a presidential assassination. I did a show, episode 200 with Ervoje Moric, which is my homeboy. He's a podcast father of the Geopolitics and Empire podcast. And he said that he made a good point that night. And since we were talking about the Trump assassination, I want to bring it up. This is his point, not mine. But he said that we've gotten used to our government assassinating our leaders and our presidents and dissidents and whistleblowers.
Yep.
So why not throw a fucking curveball and fake one? And I was like, God damn, I never thought about it that way. And it made a lot of goddamn sense. Instead of doing a real assassination, let's just fake one. And we'll have Trump as our little dummy. And whether Kamala wins or Trump wins, in the grander scheme of things, it doesn't mean shit. I'm seeing a lot of Republicans, a lot of conservatives on the social media saying, well, we need to vote Trump, RFKjr, because if we get the leftists in, things are going to get a lot worse.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, bitch, it's already worse.
Yeah.
This shit is already selected. The plan has already been scripted. Everything is going as planned. So don't give me this freaking nonsense. So that's really all I want to say. I think I laid my case for the fake Trump assassination fairly well. I'm trying to think if I missed any good points, but I've definitely gotten into detail with my other shows. I probably missed a couple of more detailed points, but I felt I did a fair job in stating my claim. And I want to thank you, Marcus. I want to thank you, Chris. I want to thank you, Mr. Gregory. Always a blast with y'all, and I would love to have you guys on my show, man, because I think is good that we give our perspectives, because especially in this alternative space, a lot of the times we provide a different view on shit. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And it's not to shit on white folks. It's not to shit on white folks or nothing, man. But like sometimes it's shit that everyone's fucking repeating, everyone's going with, and it shows like yours, shows like mine, that we give a different perspective to it all. You know what I'm saying? And that's what's needed. You know what I'm saying?
But before you leave, I want you guys to just chime in on this. And I want to say this about RFK, because Henry, you mentioned him, brought it to my brain, and I do not want to say this, in that. So you have a dude in RFK who was on the right side of the Rona situation, right? At least to me. He was saying all of the right things as far as I go as it relates to the whole Corona fiasco. So then you go and endorse the person who calls himself the father or daddy of the serum, as Marcus calls it, right? So you actually, RFK, have no principles whatsoever. Your disdain and dislike for the Democratic Party has led you to not stand on your own as an independent, but to fall into the show of supporting a Democrat. And yeah, everything he said about Kamala not taking interviews and, you know, not talking to people and not getting off script, he's 100% correct about this. But as people like Whitney Webb use the term limited hangout, RFK seems to be a limited hangout because he's wildly correct on the Rona shit, but then he's a rabid Zionist. And he's going with the guy who didn't even have enough sense to say, hey, Fauci, you're screwing me up. Get out of here. Wouldn't even fire him. Redfield wouldn't not listen to him. Theodore, what's his name? With the funny last name from the World Health Organization.
Oh, what? You talking about Dr. Tedros?
Theodore Herzl?
No. The good one. But no, that's the head
I was
man.
just fucking with you, bro.
Yeah. But I'm just saying that the fact that he made his stance on the Rona shit and then went ahead and endorsed Donald Trump.
Trump already called him and apologized, Chris.
Oh, he did?
Yeah, he said I made mistakes.
It's all bullshit, bro. Like,
it's
I'm telling you, Chris.
Again,
I'm telling you,
can't call
if you and if I drove up to Jacksonville, like I drove
I'm
up
down
tomorrow.
south. I'm in Palm Beach.
Oh shit, you're in Palm Beach. I'm in Sarasota. We're still probably 3 hours away, no matter how you cut it. But if I drove down and I brought some gin and juice, you provided the weed, I bet you'd be like, yeah, this Trump shit is fucking bullshit. I have no question. All right, big dog. Hey, it was a pleasure, y'all.
Hey,
that was a lot of fun.
Next time I'm down there, I'm gonna give you a heads up before I come down, Weezy. Because
Bitch, you said you were gonna give me a heads up this time you came around, and you didn't give me no motherfucking heads up. All right, y'all. I appreciate y'all, man. That was a lot of fun. All right, man. Take care.
Salute, Horny Montana.
Yeah, man.
I wouldn't mind having a like at least like a once a month having Weezy swing through. And Gregory, you know you're always welcome swing through too. Oh yeah. Text me either tonight or tomorrow. Something I wanted to ask you.
All right.
But yeah, I guess so. What was it? I had one other thing that I was going to yes, I am getting up there in age. One other thing that I wanted to say. Oh crap, I can't remember. I don't know if you guys got anything you want to share.
I can comment on it, anything, but pay attention to all this bullshit.
No, what I was, what was it? I'm blanking. Oh yeah, the whole RFK thing. You know that he reached out to Kamala before he reached out to Trump.
And then the tape leaked.
Mm-hmm.
Trump apologizing about the vaccine. Yes, I remember all that shit. Yeah.
And I'm like, this dude is just an opportunist. That's what it seems like to me. RFK is trying to find.
That seemed like The Rock teaming up with Stone Cold.
Yeah. That's what I was gonna say. I was gonna say this one.
You know what's crazy? Even though I don't agree with him, a lot of the libertarian aspect of his personality and beliefs. You know, Ron Paul ended up being like the last like legitimate politician in my lifetime.
Stood for something.
Last one. Yeah, and again, I didn't agree with him on everything, but he was the last like honest person who was just like, well, you know what? I kind of want to get involved in politics to kind of do the right thing, and he was the last one. And you knew it was crazy when the Republicans during his debates in 2008 would not even feature his comments, or they would do the recap of everyone speaking and he was the one left out. He was the one they really didn't want to win. They were okay with Obama. Obama made a lot of money for those folks over on Fox and that side. He made money for them the way that Trump made money for the other side.
CNN and MSNBC. Yeah. I would close with this one. I guess an old quote is, and I guess it can. I'll update it for today because the original was, "I care not which puppet sits on the British throne. I only care about who controls the monetary resources." The money supply. And it's the same thing. I care not who sits in the White House, who sits in the Oval Office. As long as they take care of the monetary supply and the debt of this country, they'll always be indebted to those said people. So none of our leaders are actually leaders. None of them are actually doing any policy on their own. They're all being led by the.
You think they realize it though?
Oh, they know. Oh, they know.
Give us all the gold and silver.
They know they know for a fact. That's the reason why when you have like some kind of random politician spring up that slip through the cracks and they'll decide, oh, I want to audit the Fed. That's the reason why their political career gets completely obliterated.
That's the reason why the Pentagon got hit on 9/11 too, right?
They know
just what a little audit.
These people all know what's really going on. It's a reason why you have somebody like an AOC who marches herself up there like she's going to do something, and now she sounds like she's the new Nancy Pelosi. There's a reason.
We got payroll exemptions though.
I'm telling you, they once they get in those halls, they understand what's really going on, and it's like, yo. And this is what I was going to say is a lot of leftists out there. They have so much like, if we could just do this and we can do this and we can do that. And I try to not go at any of them because I'm not trying to be the one who like pisses in everybody's cereal. Or some people will just say, oh, well, it is, Marcus, you're just nihilistic, or you're what did somebody call me?
If they ask me, what do I think?
I
will tell them what I think.
Yeah. And I'm like,
I've been young and naive like that before, yes.
I don't even want to call them that. I'll just say that I think I've seen things that have put me into a certain way I view it. And if you want to see what I've seen and see if maybe that might change your perspective, then okay. But if you want to close your ears and you don't want to hear or see what I've seen, then I can't say nothing. All I can do is hope that maybe you'll at least look at the information that I've looked at, and maybe that might influence your decisions. But I think the problem with a lot of the people, especially the online leftists, the ones who are like the socialist, communist, third party, green party, all that, I don't think that they have a true grasp of how big this system is, how much power it has, and how small we are in comparison to said system. Because I think if they did understand the degree to the level of how this thing is like really constructed, I think a lot of the ways
kings and queens kneel to these fucking people.
Yeah, a lot of them would like realize that, yeah, what I'm doing is a complete waste of time trying to think I'm going to start my own third party, whether it's DSA or any of that stuff, and we're going to somehow take over the system. You don't understand if you think you can do that.
Remember BLM at Ferguson?
Yeah, they conventionally got co-opted, and the people who wouldn't get co-opted got pushed out. So it's either it goes back to the old Pablo, Plata o Plomo, you know. Exactly. And
Or lead
these
us over.
people,
I forget.
and so they're not physically, giving them the lead anymore, but they are pause, but they
Yeah.
are, career wise, giving them that death knell. They're
Marcus. I was gonna say, we always highlight where things are broken or where they're going wrong or what we think is bad. I would like to bring attention to Burkina Faso, Niger, and Mali. They have formed their own bloc called, I think it's called the Sahel. Please pay attention to that. Ibrahim Traore, which is the military leader of the coup for Burkina Faso, they just made a deal, I think, this week with Russia for nuclear energy. So I can already see the talk about that turning into nuclear weapons. So please watch that. They also
Russia still kneels to Israel,
and they've also started their own currency. So this is a very interesting thing because it actually looks like somebody who took over a country is actually doing work for the people of that country. They've made several changes in Burkina Faso since Traore and the members of the military who have followed him. Fascinating turn of events in that part of the world.
Hopefully they get some backing from these BRICS nations, because if they don't, it's going to only be a matter of time before the Western powers come in there and kick that whole
BRICS
thing.
is just a different family in the mafia trying to take over.
Yeah, it's exactly what it is. And how I hate to say it this way, because I know we got a whole lot of idealistic people out there. It's either you join this family or you join that family. And
you need support.
Yeah, because
you join this family and we pimp your mother out, or you join that family and you're muscle.
Yeah, I mean, and that's how it is. The Western Bloc is like, yo, you're going to join this family, and if you don't join it willingly, we're going to force you to do everything you don't want to do. I don't know if people
the
see
West
that.
model is we're pimping everything.
Yeah, we're pimping everything. I can't remember that movie, that Andre 3000 movie, and
Brothers or Brothers.
No, Jason Statham, where he was in prison playing chess with these guys, and he never saw their faces, and he gets out, and now he's having to play. Now he's having to like be a loan shark with his own money. That's like the deal that they forced this guy into. And so they're literally making him give his own money away to people and going broke at the same time. Damn, I wish I can remember the name of that movie.
I was thinking Get Shorty, but
no, it's a lot darker. It's very dark. I think Ray Liotta's in it too. I don't know. But anyway, that's kind of what they're doing. Or you have the other side. They're like, yo, we can help you, but it's going to come at a price, my friend. And so that's what you get on the other side of it. The Russia-China angle, you're going to get charged a very steep price for that protection.
Our cheap price, but forever.
Yeah. We're not going to make you do all that weird stuff that they over there making you do, but we are going to tax you. And so that's what you get. Hey, I got to find that movie now, because now it's frustrating me. Man, I can't believe most people have never seen this movie either, because it's kind of like flies under the radar. And it's kind of a little slower movie the way it goes. What is the name of that movie?
Is it a modern movie?
No, it's old.
Old.
It's called Revolver. That's the movie. Revolver. Yeah, Revolver it was what? Jason Statham, Ray Liotta, Andre 3000, Mark Strong, and Vincent Pastore. Those are the stars of it. Deep movie, a very psychological thriller. But that's kind of what the way they they made this guy basically have to use all his own money. And that's kind of what the U.S. does. Okay, well, we're going to have you sell out your own people. We're going to make you rich, but everybody's going to hate you. So, this is politics.
Marcus.
Oh, yeah.
It looks like Hezbollah just fired like hundreds of missiles into Israel.
What about the Iron Dome?
Oh, well, that's the thing. If Hezbollah really wanted to fire they really wanted to fire on Israel, that Iron Dome ain't stopping it. The Iron Dome.
Imagine if our tax dollars helped fucking Maui and Texas and just let Israel burn. Just saying that shit.
From your lips. On YouTube. As the saying goes, from your lips.
Because already
By the way, my wife's out of town, so I'm a little sauced up. I was eating Jello shots because I told her I wasn't going to be drinking.
Uh-oh. She didn't hear this.
No, she doesn't watch the show, but yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But she's out partying.
I look at it like this. I mean, and like a lot of people haven't been following what's going on internal in Israel right now. They're having bankrupt. They have 40% or 40% of the business are bankrupt right now.
Israel just they just bombed the shit out of fucking pardon my language. They just bombed the shit out of Lebanon.
Well, let's see. I see. Oh, I pull it up.
Did they hit Trump heights?
Put it on the screen. We got breaking news right now.
Holy fuck!
Yeah, hold on. Look at this shit. This shit really look like Star Wars. This shit, no lie. I'm about to put it on.
At what point do we say that that's World War III?
Because that's what I've been telling y'all that it's coming from.
Hezbollah is an army without a country, but.
What? Whoa! What else?
Were they filming from Egypt?
No, that's inside Israel.
Oh, that's in Israel?
What else?
Yo, that's
what
just,
else?
That's the Iron Dome.
Just imagine
Iron Dome is picking those off.
Just imagine just hearing that.
Every time you see like
people say.
Go ahead, Chris.
Oh, one of them hit.
Yeah,
but Iron
you
Dome,
saw that, right, Marcus?
Iron Dome caught most of those, but yeah, I did. One got through.
You can hear him breaking through, yeah.
But and they're probably firing on if they are firing, they're firing on the northern part of Israel, which a lot of that is evacuated right now, and a lot of southern Lebanon has been evacuated. Now, if they launch deeper into Lebanon, now we're going to have a problem because that's when you'll have real actual strikes.
The country of Lebanon has to do something about that, not just Hezbollah.
Yeah, I mean, they have like
an army without a country.
Like, for instance, they have another strike on their airport, a civilian airport, and they do massive damage like they did the last time around.
Yeah.
At some point, you got to respond to that. And I don't think, I mean, here's the thing. Does Israel have the air power superiority? Yes. But if Lebanon decides to start marching troops across that border, that's a whole nother ball game. Because
half the settlements are already fucking abandoned in Israel.
I mean, they have easily 4 to 5 times the amount of active troops just ready to go. So, and Israel is not the type of military that fights on the ground anyway. Most of their fighting is done through bombing everybody through the air and then mopping up what's left. And right now, Hamas is just basically guerrilla warfare style. They're popping up, hit an attack, run.
They're literally running through all their supplies on Hamas.
Well, what Hamas is doing, how they're able to keep weaponry is some of the stuff that's going off that's not detonating. They're repurposing a lot of that ammunition that's coming from the IDF. That's how they're able to keep their stocks up.
No, I'm saying though, Israel's blowing their water on Hamas, and now they got Hezbollah saying what's good.
Yeah,
You're a little winded now. You're a little tired now.
And Yemen's going to get involved. Yemen's going to start getting more involved too, where Yemen has showed the ability to get drones inside. And so if they send a couple of suicide drones inside to take out key targets, and all they would need to attack is the actual attack the batteries to the Iron Dome. You take out a couple of batteries.
Yeah, you just probe a little bit. Yeah.
You take out a couple of those batteries, those Hezbollah missiles that are flying through are going to start doing some real damage. And so
Cornel West is online right now, at least since we've been on. He's been online saying that he was contacted by Democrats to drop out and to endorse Kamala.
I don't think he's going to. I don't know. I put it at 60-40.
Based on what he said about Obama.
Yeah, I'd say 60.
I mean, I want to believe he's not.
I think he might will. That's what I'm saying. I think it's a 60% chance that he does not. I can see him dropping out later on, but I don't see him endorsing Kamala, even though I've heard so many people in independent media keep for the longest screaming that, and I heard a lot of the people who were in the Jimmy Dore network, a lot of them, I mean, from months ago, thought that he was sheepdogging to eventually, go for Kamala.
The people in this, Marcus, I will say the people in this space, they really put a lot of favor and stock on Jimmy Dore and what he says, and it's just like that dude been late to late to the party every fucking time, and not even fashionably late. He showed up like it was 2 cars left in the parking lot.
I'm not going to say this is why they're doing it. I'm not going to say this is why they're doing it, and I'm not even naming anybody in particular. But one thing I can see, if I was somebody who cared about doing this, if I was somebody who's doing this as a career, if I was doing this as somebody who was as a career, getting on Jimmy Dore, whether that's your intention, whether Jimmy invites you, whatever, is going to be an escalator for your channel. It's going to, raise your channel up. And I'm not saying that any of these people are.
I feel you. I'm just saying.
But I'm saying I know the result.
And I'm gonna just say this: like outside of the internet, nobody knows who Jimmy Dore is, and even less people know who I am or you are, etc. But I'm just saying, like, for somebody who is this popular in this space on the internet, like, and for him being so delayed on things and late on shit, I still don't understand why people like really treat him as if he's some bastion of foresight and
well, I don't think it's that
analysis.
I think most of these people are just happy to be able to get onto a larger platform. And Jimmy Dore has like 1.2 million subscribers.
I think Chris is talking about his listeners, though. You're talking about.
Well, Jimmy Dore he's had a comedy career before doing some of this stuff, and so I mean he has rubbed shoulders with like the Dave Chappelles and Patton Oswalds, and the Bill Burrs. Comedians know him. He might not have a large fan base outside of the political world, but I mean he is he is a name.
And I get it. I guess whenever I just watch so many people like flock to him as if like he's as if he really spent time. Again, like I said, his lateness on things. We're in the 21st century. You cannot be so married to your opinions that you cannot be moved off of it once you receive new information. And also, to his point with the Rona shit. Look, like I look at everybody I look at people's behavior during the Rona and I make my judgments off there, right? When a lot of people were putting him on and telling him, hey, you got to look into Pfizer. Moderna ain't never brought a product to market. Johnson & Johnson already admitted to giving cancer. Why is it taking you so long to get to this point? Oh, it had to take for you to be harmed or injured from whatever it was that you think harmed or injured you, for you
You're
to
still on
now
that Medicare for all shit, though, Chris.
Huh?
You're still on that Medicare for all shit, though.
I know, and Medicare for all, like I said, my whole stance on that changed severely during the whole Corona shit, because if we was under the Corona, we had Medicare for all, they probably would have said, in order to continue your coverage, you would need
without a doubt.
You need to agree to everything that we're talking about right now. So if you push a Medicare for all right now, you really look like the ops. And I get it where your heart might be in a genuine place to say that I just want people to have access to good health care. Unfortunately, the people who operate and run the program, they don't give two shits about your health care. They just want you to follow the goddamn plan.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely, and that's something that gave me a lot of pause about Medicare for all also, because though I definitely was a strong supporter of it up until the pandemic. When the pandemic came around, I thought about, oh, wait a minute, if Medicare for all was the law of the land, they would be able to force everybody to take it. And like, I'm gonna go from the perspective of what I heard, somebody that I was listening to earlier, Glenn Greenwald. He was like, you have a problem with the vaccine. If you want to get vaccinated, that's you. Cool. But it's when it becomes mandated is where my issues start to come in. It's the forcing people to do it. Jimmy's not a deep thinker. He has a big courageous out in a way that's cathartic to some folks. I agree with that. I think what it is a lot of people.
His opinions are Nico House's opinions 6 months ago.
You're actually correct. I mean, a lot of his perspectives are perspectives that he's gathered from other content creators over time. Yeah, definitely.
What you think about this?
Other smaller content creators, that's what I would say. Whereas his listeners give him basically all the credit for everybody else's ideas that came long before him.
Now, some of them might be coming from MAGA and shit like that. That's why.
Well, now a lot more of them are. No relation between Medicare for all and
There was no now to that I would say no, there is no relation between Medicare for all and any mandates. No, there was not. However,
but there was no Medicare for all though at that time.
Correct.
The Medicare for all was in the law of the land.
Now, if we go back and retroact Medicare for all during what we just lived through, you bet your last freaking penny, not dollar, your last penny that would have been worked into you keeping your Medicare for all. Because they wanted everybody to do this, so what better trap to use than that? So now
these motherfuckers is grimy.
We don't even have to imagine, Chris. There were some places that said that if you were not vaccinated, you couldn't go to the hospital.
Kyrie Irving
doing that.
Yeah, you're 100%
That's extortion,
right.
By the way.
Mm-hmm. No, I'm talking about not even just the career,
government shit,
your job. I'm talking about some of them were saying you can't even come to the hospital, even though you need medical care and you have insurance. Some areas went that far, and so we already know what would have happened since mandates were something that were pushed in a lot of areas. I remember having to go and get a COVID test every week.
By the way, I got jabbed. I got coerced by my doctor, so I took the J&J because I almost died from fucking pneumonia at the end of 2019. And he's like, "Remember when you're in the hospital for a month?" And I was like, "Yeah." He's like, "You want to do that again? Go get the fucking vaccine." because I normally don't get vaccinated. I'm not fucking scared of the flu. But if any of you guys want to pirate fucking Vax Pass to do whatever, holler at your boy, because they just fucking scan that QR code. They don't match it to your ID or none of that. They don't check the date, see if all your boosters are right. It's the fucking TSA out this shit.
I'm catching the Floyd fight in the background. He put on the Mexican trunks. It looked like.
But
sounds like Floyd.
Yeah. But I mean, yeah, that's it. I mean, yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's the reason why I would it gives me pause to have to support some. It gives me pause to support some of the stuff that I supported before, because I didn't expect a situation where I would see the government go as authoritarian as they did during that time period. So
they went more authoritarian to Americans during this time than they did during September 2001 and after.
They didn't have the tech to go authoritarian, so it's just on paper with the Patriot Act.
Yeah, of course. They definitely, and I'm saying they pushed forth the Patriot Act during that time, but they were straight up like, oh, your business can't open.
Heck, in that time period, you could have had a suspended license in New York and drove to like Pennsylvania and drove around with it, and it wouldn't even shown that you had a suspended license back in that time.
The police would have to cross-reference databases.
Yeah, they would have had to like physically call to.
They would have had to work.
Yeah.
Yeah, there any warrants on this motherfucker in your state?
Yep, they literally would have had to do it old school style, and the Patriot Act changed all that stuff.
Again, I think we first emoji where he says we definitely need an anti-authoritarian socialist perspective on being articulated. I think first things first, we have to get our people to divorce themselves from the electoral process. And I know people keep talking to me about Supreme Court judges, but again, as a black guy, the Supreme Court ain't never really been on my side, right? I've never. I mean, you can point to a few rulings and things like that, but for the majority of their existence, they've never been in favor of people like Marcus or myself. So whenever you tell me that I need to be concerned about the Supreme Court, I'm a little less. I'm not that interested. The judge locally in your city or your county, that's probably more important for you as an individual to know more about, but you don't know anything about those judges, but you want to sit there and talk to me about the Supreme Court justices. And I understand the arguments that people make at times when they reference the Supreme Court, but again, the county judge and the city judge really makes more of a difference in your life than the Supreme Court.
I'll say it like this, Chris, because I was holding up my shirt. That's Theodore Kaczynski. That's the anarchist Che Guevara, right here. So I'll say it like this.
Denver's funny over here. He said Cornell was on the Zionist Council in the Matrix movies.
Jesus.
Yes, he was. Yes, he was. That's right, Denver.
Shout out to Denver Attaway. That boy slick sometimes.
Man,
yeah. Not sometimes. Not sometimes.
No, I think he's smart. I'm like, oh, you're
Denver is on fire over here. I wish I could share all the comments.
I was going to say Fred Hampton is an example of a anarcho socialist, right? Because he didn't go to the fucking courts and ask for permission to open acupuncture clinics. He didn't get permits. He did that as a parallel structure to uplift his community. Community as in communism. Everybody working together, the breakfast program, whatnot, all that type of shit. So don't look for fucking permission or the authorities to tell you can. Just fucking do it if you think of it. Because nobody's coming to fucking save us but ourselves.
Right. Well, I tell people, That's the reason why I say that we all need to meet up more, and we all need to like build these relationships outside of just online, because when shit hits the fan, you're gonna need to be able to say, yo, hey Gregory, hey man, bro, I need some help. And you need to be Chris, yo, what's up? Shit is falling apart around me over here, so we
Don't
need
worry,
to
Marcus. I got all these good theories in these books I got right here.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm saying. So I'm glad that I've gotten to meet Gregory, and I plan on definitely hanging out more. I think Atris is down here too, so I would like for us to be able to all get together, kick back some drinks. That would be a lot of fun. And then anybody else, especially if you're out here in the LA area, there's no reason why when we ain't set up some kind of meet, we can all get together, have some cookout or something. That would be a lot of fun. But I don't know, we'll figure something out.
No doubt.
But yeah, I guess we'll see how this whole Israel situation goes out. I mean, oh yeah, Anna over there brought up how Israel couldn't deal with Yemen on the ground either, which is a fact. Honestly, Israel.
My wife does logistics. The ports are still fucked up over there right now.
They are.
Yeah.
If Israel didn't have the protection from the sky, honestly, if they didn't have an Iron Dome, they wouldn't be doing all the shit that they're doing now. Because they know.
Does that even do anything?
Oh, it does actually shoot down a lot of missiles. It actually does shoot down a lot. If they didn't, they would be getting bombarded. Because what
Marcus,
it does.
Just look at the sheer. Marcus, just look at the sheer amount of missiles coming out that motherfucker.
What?
Look at that.
Like, what about drones? I feel like it's like sensitive.
Certain drones have showed to be able to get through the Iron Dome. It's just a matter of what's the level of payload that you can get through.
Yeah, if you're firing missiles and drones, then it's got to pick one target.
No, well, that's the thing. Each of these how it's set up is it's literally
programmed to
tons and tons of missiles that are heat seekers. And so when it gets those
counter missile, counter drone,
exactly, it's like the whole Star Wars program, which Reagan was talking about, a bullet taking out a bullet. It's the same theory. The reason why Yemen and their drones were able to sneak around it is because those drones without any kind of weapon sources on it are not carrying any major heat signature. Now, if
I thought they were just doing lob the football and then you throw a fucking.
No, they're launching mortars. So, some of those mortars that they're launching, once it takes flight like that, it actually creates a heat signature. And anything that, even if, let's say for instance, if it was just airdropped and it wasn't shot, so it has a heat signature on it, the sheer speed that it's traveling will be picked up on radar, and so they'll be able to pick it up through motion activation that way. A drone, on the other hand, flies slow enough that it can be mistaken for a bird or something like that, especially a small drone. And so the ones that they've been getting in have been small camera, like drones you would use for recording. And so if they were able to figure out a drone that was small enough that could that could carry a payload that could do actual major destruction, or even just take down something to be able to let other munitions come in afterwards,
take out some power lines or some shit.
Exactly. I mean, there's something that could be taken out, and honestly, power lines could be effective at taking out any kind of electrical, like some electrical lines could be effective at taking out satellite and radar, and that's some of the stuff which Hezbollah has done, taking out some of their radar towers. So it's interesting what's going on, and I think Israel right now is playing a whole lot of checkers, and a lot of the people around them are playing chess, and they're playing a long game. They're letting Israel completely just keep going through money. And honestly, they're fulfilling a lot of what bin Laden talked about, as in he wanted to bleed America and the West dry. Well, how do you do that? Keep them more and more money, shelling out more and more money, running them into debt. And then while that debt is going out, you're not fixing internal problems within your country. So the way the
they don't build shit. They need the Palestinians to fucking do anything.
yeah, well, that's another problem that Israel's having. They don't have workers.
Yeah.
In their society, they're actually at the point now where people who had a non-deferral status, where they serve their time, they can't be brought back in. They're recalling these people now and telling them, "Yo, we got to send you out there." And so at the same time, they keep sending troops out. How are you going to keep up your economy? At the same time, you don't have workers for your economy, and you don't have migrant workers for your economy. You actually have some of the non-religious Zionists who are deciding it's getting too dangerous out here. I need to get the heck out of this country. So plenty of them are moving back to the U.S. Plenty of them are moving back to the U.K. Plenty of them are moving to places in Western Europe, well, not Western Europe, well, all over Western Europe and some to Eastern Europe. So it's if they keep having what some people call a brain drain that's going on in that area,
Fox,
yeah,
MSN, CNN, none of them were they would interview like a military commander and be like, "You're a colonel and you're fucking 23 years old."
Yep.
None of them thought to ask.
Oh,
that.
and Marcus, hey guys, and last thing before we get out of here, did y'all see that those scrub ass motherfuckers, the Tate brothers, got arrested and they took their cars, and I believe that they're letting them out of prison already if they're not already out. But they have, stupidity knows no bounds, and people like the Tate brothers will always have a huge following, since most of their pathetic white boy audience are cornballs who live in a fantasy world. It's crazy. This is the crew, like the Candace Owens people, when they talk about pedophilia, she's really silent on them fucking with teenagers and girls who are probably too young for their gays. You know what I'm saying? And gays as in G-A-Z-E. They're gays, not whatever. But it's just funny that, there's a certain people who will defend them to herb ass motherfuckers. You know what I'm saying? And they the corniest of cornballs. Them and the dude from Fresh and Fit, Myron. We got a bunch of corny motherfuckers who have huge followings on the internet. It's wild.
Well, Byron, they got theirs by basically using somebody as an elevator. Also, they used Kevin Samuels. So
correct.
That's how.
But didn't it take? But Chris, I believe the brothers were arrested again yesterday or the day before, and they had the videos of them getting arrested. They had the videos of them taking their vehicles, and then I believe. And I believe Candace Owens and the rest of them did a space in which they were talking about it, and they were lamenting the fact that, they're being attacked, and people are like, "Oh, they're only being attacked for speaking the truth." They don't arrest you and let you out the next. They don't arrest you and let you out the next day, though. If you're that dangerous to the system, they don't let you out the following day. Okay, Mumia Abu Jamal is going to die in prison. They don't let you out when you're a threat.
Yeah,
they'll take you, they'll arrest you and try to embarrass you when you're insignificant or you're a part of the show. But when you are deemed a true threat, it's either bullet or they lock you up for the rest of your life. So, and me, I have a problem with people like Andrew Tate. He goes online and he likes saying nigger and shit like that. They like dabbling in our culture and all this shit like that. Again, I just see men like that, men who follow them. Most of the men in the manosphere behind like Fresh and Fit, and even some of the dudes behind Kevin Samuels and all that. I just see a lot of you motherfuckers as absolutely fucking pathetic. and nobody ever taught you how to talk to a woman. I mean, why do you need to listen to these herbs who pay Insta thoughts to teach you game on how to deal with a woman? They don't even see the problem with that whole setup from the beginning. So there's a lot of men following them, and it's like a lot of you niggas just are lost. As a lot of you men are fucking lost, and you really shouldn't be listening to those guys. They have no idea what they're talking about. That is not how it works in real life. If you want to deal with thoughts and women who only look at money, then yes, maybe you should pay attention to them, because then they will tell you how to deal with those type of women. But thankfully, the majority of women don't act or move or think like that. So you won't have that problem. Just be a normal person, and chances are you won't have any problems with the ladies. So for those of you guys following them, you making yourself look real corny. I see all the messages of support for Myron from Fresh and Fit, and the other ugly ass motherfucker, his partner. You know what I'm saying? Yo, I hate cornballs. As much as I hate bullies, the next group I hate after bullies are cornballs. And them dudes remind me of the biggest
Chris, you're cutting it deep over here.
I'm just saying, I see these people as cornballs, dog. Like, they are so fucking whack. So again, just educate your people, educate your men in your lives, and just tell them they shouldn't be listening to none of that bullshit, because they whack, and you know it's a recipe to go nowhere fast. Just be a good person.
They were getting charges on them, not in the U.S., but for trafficking underage women in Romania.
In Romania, correct.
Yeah.
You know, those are the type of
do with that what you will.
The men who talk the way that they do, it is very evident that the women that they are talking about, they are only in those situations because those men paid those women to be in those situations. Those women weren't there willingly, they were paid, and then they end up getting abused on some level or humiliated on some level. So that's why I say you shouldn't be listening to them type of guys. They just the wackest of whack. They don't offer you any solutions. They don't put you on the game. They don't. They tell you how to pay for it. And that's about it.
They tell you how they think women should behave.
Yeah, they're busy talking to 22-year-olds, telling them about how big of whores they are, and why their life will suck until they get with a man like him, who wants to finance the lifestyle, but then also wants to run the streets with a whole bunch of different women, while telling the woman she needs to stay in her place. Again, as I've always said, that's an imbalance that you are trying to bring about, and something that is not sustainable long term. So men, advise your sons, your cousins, your nephews that that's not how we should be moving out here.
Mic drop.
That's it. So Marcus, that was it. You know, I love to take my shots at them cornball dudes every chance I get. You know what I mean? Because I think they the corniest of the corny.
Yeah, I just look at them as they're honestly, a lot of them are right wingers who they're just venting their frustrations in another way, and they're telling everybody this is how you should act, and not telling everybody that yes, they've already paid these women to be props, especially in the case of like Fresh and Fit and a lot of these manosphere type guys. And it's like a real man handles his own business. That's all you need to worry about. You getting online and telling men how they need to objectify women, and I'm a high value man. And what blows my mind is, in one breath, a lot of these guys will talk about God and Christian and all that stuff like that.
Islam.
And then forget the part that talks about. Forget the part where it tells you that you're not supposed to be worried about money. How you're not supposed to be materialistic. How you're not supposed to put these things so high. How you're not supposed to be running around and trying to run up in every woman. But these guys are just grifters who the new version of School for Scoundrels. That's all they are. For those who are not old enough to remember School for Scoundrels, it's just grifters who are looking at taking advantage of people, or was it School for Smucks? That's another one. Or was it Dinner for Smucks, Party for Smucks, whatever it is. But they're just taking advantage
you become like that.
Guys.
There's another lesson to be learned. You become like that when you spend a lot of time watching a lot of porn. So again, this is another jewel for people in here who may have sons.
I wouldn't even go that far. I honestly think that some of these dudes are just like that. And
because they watch a lot of porn. And I'm telling you, the access to porn and the way that these dudes probably watch porn and keep their dicks in their hands, beating their meat day in, day out, I guarantee you that's why they act that way, because they don't have access to the real thing. They got access to Pamela Henderson.
What I'm saying is, I think we're basically arguing the chicken or the egg. I think that is the result of because they are that weaker man. That's what they have done. I don't think it's that led them into being the weak one. I think it comes from being insecure. I think it comes from maybe being bullied growing up. I don't know. That never gave you that confidence you need.
Being autistic.
And that could be it also. I think that it comes from, that's how you are. You've never broken out of that, and you've never built that confidence in yourself.
Because I always felt like that, because I got red pilled during Gamergate when it was feminists versus video gamers. And I was like, you bitches are going after fucking retards and fucking 15-year-olds talking shit to you on the internet.
Yeah.
But Gamergate had a much bigger effect than people will ever know, because people aren't into games and they don't know that. But Gamergate had a huge effect on teenagers like several years ago, and they have grown up. They've grown up since then.
They were labeled as right wingers because they're
exactly
going against the feminists. They were just but they were
that's my point, that I'm saying that a lot of these guys, whether they were just absorbed with video games, they never got into actually past that arrested. They stuck in that arrested development of the insecure teenager and never got past that. Many of these guys. And that's what I'm saying. I feel like that's who they were. Now, maybe by the time they're in their 30s, they're obsessed with porn because they can't meet a real woman, because they've never gotten to that confidence level. I mean,
and also they hate women now.
Yeah, a lot of them, that's how they become incels, because they've never gotten to that point of being comfortable with meeting women and talking to women. But I normally don't try to kick the people who are down. I mean, those guys, that's how they are.
Because a lot of the time for that crowd, though, and I will say this, a lot of the time,
because
the incel crowd, a lot of the time too, they hold a lot of animosity towards people who look like the three of us too. That's why I have no problem kicking them while they down, because
But what I'm saying is that it all stems from that earlier insecurity. It all stems from that insecurity. Now.
Yeah, well, that's what happens when you.
But my problem is the people who are taking advantage of and pushing this mentality in them, or trying to brand a mentality into these people. I in the military, I was around people who were that incel type, and I helped bring them out of that by, hey man, I'm gonna take you out. We're gonna go have some drinks. We're gonna go meet. You're gonna go actually meet a real woman and talk to them.
You're not a cocky asshole once you're really confident, and you're not pretending to be fucking confident anymore.
Yeah,
you don't have to fake. You don't have to fake who you are when you get around someone of the opposite sex. If that's what you need to do to get some, hey, if it works for you,
when you're young, though, you don't know.
And that's what it is.
You should know.
But
you should know. I knew that
when I was young, until I learned how to really be confident.
Yeah, everybody got to go through their process. Everybody got to go through their process.
That's a fact.
Everybody don't start off as Don Juan. Trust me.
No,
Everybody
not
don't.
at all. Even Don Juan don't start off as Don Juan.
That's my point in saying. And a lot of these guys, since they're more online, they don't get past that phase. And these guys like this, instead of saying what you need to do is you need to get comfortable with who you are. You need to be who you are, and have the confidence to meet a woman, and then you can find somebody that'll embrace you for who you are.
Instead of trying to have women be an archetype.
Exactly.
Fucking fantasy in your head.
Yeah.
You know what?
The world don't work like that.
There are girls out there who are looking for her, who are looking for that computer nerd guy who knows all that. There are ones who are looking for the guy who's only into chess. But these guys tell you you're a loser if you don't make a whole bunch of money and you go and you're not with an Instagram thought. And the problem is they're not secure in who they are. They're reflecting and they're being told how they need to be. And when they keep trying to do that, they're failing because that's not who they are. Women can see you're not who you are. They can see if you're false and you're fake, and that's going to keep you more into that situation and leave you more insecure and turn you into that incel, because these jackasses out here are telling you, no, it's the women's fault. They're not telling you that it's their shitty advice.
There's another problem with the men too. A lot of these dudes are like level 3, level 4, and they get upset because the level 10 woman doesn't want them.
Well, and that's what I'm talking about.
And beating a joints off to the woman that is not attracted to them. So then it builds up a certain level of resentment and bitterness. Go after the women who are into you. If you're a woman, go after the men who are into you. You know, if you look,
But I don't think it's going to do us any good giving them advice because they ain't listening to us. No way.
No, it's fine. But I'm just know your league. Look, my man he's locked up. That's good.
Most liberating thing right here is this, because I ain't trying to fuck you, bitch. I'll say whatever the fuck I feel like.
But at the same time, you know what's crazy? You put that ring on, it brings more attention than you realize. I used to have one of those. And I can't even tell you the attention I got after I put that on versus when I didn't. That was a life education for me. I had no idea. I thought that would have been I thought it would have made, certain people stay away. But in some cases, it just made them like flies to shit. And I didn't understand it. But I have a much better understanding now that I'm a little bit older.
Yeah, all I'm basically saying is all of this gets summed up with knowing yourself and being who you are. There's a person out there for everybody. I don't want to hear, well, I'm fat or I'm gross or I'm too short or I'm pale, whatever fucking excuse it is. There's a woman out there for you. And it's just a matter, if these guys, which I highly doubt they're listening, but if they are listening to this, stop listening to the Andrew Tates and stop trying to live vicariously through somebody else. Just be you. Mm-hmm. If you're into politics and you're a politics nerd, there are some women out there sitting in a library, which all her friends are laughing at her because she's always at the library, who might be perfect for you. Just be who you are. Quit listening to these materialistic assholes, which you can tell the ones like Myron and them probably got bullied growing up. And so they went to go try to get into the gym to try to get in shape because that's what they saw other guys doing. Well, these guys are in shape, and maybe that's why the girls really like them. Don't pay attention to these assholes.
That's because they like the white girls who like the white boys with the gym bodies. So then they're trying to compete with the white boys that they see down in Miami.
I wouldn't even put it all on white boys because they're not.
No, I'm saying in this particular where I'm talking about. I'm not talking about everywhere.
But you're not a Ken dog. You're 3 times bigger than that.
Yeah, I'm talking about this very small community down there where they are. They're interested in the white girls who like the white boys with the gym bodies. So they try to copy the bodies of those guys and the mindset of those guys in hopes they could bag one of those white women, but it doesn't work. It doesn't work for them. That's why they're so bitter. And if you look at what's his name, the dude from Sudan, Myron. If you look at his page, he's always got a comment about white women. I don't know why you feel so emotional about white women that you have to keep commenting on them and their behavior, whether they have kids, whether they're 30 plus without kids and going out drinking, having a good time, even if they're the girl who just wants to have fun, the free spirit. He just always has something to say about a woman like that, and that's weird, bro. That's very weird. That's not real men behavior. So it just seems as if it's very personal that he can't pull one. And we know a lot of people like Myron, when they come here, for them, they ain't make it unless they got a white woman. So there's a lot of other psychology that needs to be done with him and his African ugly looking friend too. They both funny money looking.
He's not African. The other one he's Haitian.
Oh, he's Haitian. Okay, I thought he was African. Okay, yeah. So there's even more of a reason. Yeah. So, I'll leave it there. But yeah, then we got 4 hours. Greg, thanks for joining us. Everybody on Rockfin, on the book, Twitter, YouTube. Thank y'all for coming through. Please go ahead and hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, or leave a comment. Tell us you hate us and we talk too much shit and the show is too long and we need to do X, Y, and Z. We'll take all that as well.
Yeah, Yonina, I definitely remember that. That was funny.
Mm-hmm.
Damn, time flew. My phone's about to die.
That's a big part of why I watch Preaching Abba. I love that they roast those guys on a regular basis.
Oh, Preaching Abba, those might be the only people who dislike them guys more than me.
Yeah, I would. Those are guys I would love to fucking actually meet. They'd be cool. They seem like they'd be cool as shit.
Yeah, they don't like them dudes,
Oh, I don't like them either. I mean,
okay. Thank you, Chris. We appreciate it. Share the clips and all that other stuff. Marcus and I's last week episode, it did a little bit more numbers than the prior ones. And just
people, I see y'all want controversy.
I know, and just so y'all know, like when we got off air, Marcus and I talked for like another 30 minutes after we got off air. So in case anybody thinks that, they're gonna go through it, let me just see if they got son. Look, people get heated, people get emotional, people get worked up. Sometimes there'd be alcohol involved, sometimes there's not, because one is sober, one is lush, right? So sometimes I could be part of it. But at the end of the day, Marcus is my bro, and niggas could get loud and get heated and shit like that. But that it's not personal on that level because we have an actual legitimate friendship and a brotherhood. So just hearing us get loud on a Saturday in August is not it. And it was a slow news week, so maybe
y'all gotta remember also how we grew up. Both of us grew up in very like alpha male type, environments where you're gonna have some back and forth, then nobody's backing down kind of scenarios. So it was not unusual in my upbringing to see friends like literally about to put hands on each other.
I'm about to say stuff. I was about to say, yo,
how do you be?
Exactly. Yo, people have fought with their homies, not just once or twice or 3 times. Sometimes they get into fights all throughout certain ages, and then they really realize, I'm tired of fighting, and they still tight. So please don't ever get it twisted.
As long as it's authentic.
Most of mine came like on the basketball court where a couple of my friends like, yo, bitch, you gonna fucking foul me like that one more time.
Exactly. It was either the football field or the basketball court. I'm telling you.
Mine was basketball, especially like when my legs were a little bit better. I call myself wanting to try to get above the rim, if you say. Some cats don't want to get dunked on. I mean, and so you get a
I would
full
body
arm
check
to
in
the back.
basketball.
Yeah, you
I'm
fall
short, so,
pretty hard, and so you know it's you going down the court, your little elbow check back to the person, and next thing you know, people got to pull y'all apart because they're about to throw hands, and so and also I don't the people I grew up with. It's funny to me when I hear people say like, "Oh, well, I've never been in a fight at all in my life," and I'm like, even outside of like boxing, I've like just fights. I've probably been in hundreds of fights. I know that might be surprising to some of y'all, but no, I'm not the super docile type, and I don't go out looking for fights, but I also don't run either. So it's just all you just got two alpha males, and hey, we are disagreements, and like you said, some alcohol gets involved, and hey, we go brothers are gonna fight every now and then. So that's all it is. Y'all relax.
Oh, Marcus, have you seen there is hold on one second. I'm looking for it right now. I want to end on this note because
I'm ready to get up.
Yeah, me too. Hold
I
on.
might just
Looking
stand up
for
because
it.
I've been sitting so long. Stiff.
There is there's an athlete I wanted you to see, and I'm looking for it, but I can't find it.
Oh shit!
Not drinking.
But
he's like, yeah, I'm not drinking.
She's in the WNBA, bro.
With a BBL?
I don't know if that's BBL or not. But either or, I just know she's balling and she looks like that. And she's got, she's got certain circles in a frenzy.
She got boxed me out for a rebound.
You see, look.
Hey y'all.
You see, Greg? You see that, Greg? That's what we talking about. I have boxed me out
on the screen. So my apologies to the female audience who maybe feel a little uncomfortable, but
not that kind of box, Marcus. Jesus.
You're a mess.
Look at it. So yeah. So I'll have more reports about what's going on in the WNBA next show.
Denver said his first black eye at 9 years old. Yeah, it's probably about that age. No, well, some of my stories I can't even tell y'all. I'm not about to say this on camera. Some of these stories.
Yeah, I grew up getting the shit kicked out of me by my parents, so. I mean 10, 15 street fights, but I would fuck people up.
You say, yo, what is the truth on the main Khalif? She's a female. That's the truth. She's a female. She has all the female parts. She just happened to have some extra chromosomes. That's all.
That's it.
I mean, I'm without sounding vulgar. I mean, as far as we know, I've heard that a main has her monthlies and all that too. So, I mean, Amani or whatever, I heard, has the monthly. Well, I've known some ladies say Aunt Flo came to see him. So, so to me, you have that going on. You've never had any operations. You're a woman. Can some people be born with, so-called intersex? And I don't know. And when they talked about the testosterone thing, her testosterone levels are high for a woman. but her testosterone levels are not high if that was compared to a man. Male testosterone is still way higher than hers.
Oh, and one thing, Marcus, last thing I want to say before I get out of here. Did you see my guy Kanye West in South Korea?
No.
Oh, you got to see
I
it.
just, all I keep seeing online is they keep showing how he don't let his wife wear no clothes.
Oh, yeah, well, we know that. But no, Kanye West was in South Korea yesterday or maybe the day before, maybe Friday or Thursday. But he had the entire stadium eating out of his hands. It was crazy. They played the one key off a Runaway, you know, ding, ding. You know what I'm talking about. Runaway fast as you. Marcus, they played just the first key.
I thought that was the song for the assholes or whatever.
Yeah. That's the same song I'm talking about. Runaway.
Okay. I guess I didn't know the name.
Yeah. So he played one. The stadium was totally black.
Was it North or South Korea?
South Korea.
All right.
So he played. The DJ played one key off that. The fucking arena exploded, and then they actually went through with the song. He put the mic on the floor, and the crowd sang the entire song. And you can't, only when you got bangers can you do that. You can't just be a regular person and put your microphone down at your show and have the whole crowd sing your joint. There's only a few people who could get away with shit like that. And most of them are dead.
Mm-hmm.
There's only a few alive.
Prince?
Yeah, Mike, he dead. Prince dead. Stevie Wonder, he's probably he's one of the last few. Usher maybe on that songs. Huh?
Jay could do that.
Oh, yeah. Jay, certain songs,
Snoop.
Yes, yeah, of course. But Kanye has made such stadium music, like when he performs La 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 La, when you see the crowd's reaction to that, you don't even need track.
Honestly, that's like my favorite. Well, it's like one of my favorite Kanye songs ever.
And when you see the crowd react to that, and these are people who don't even speak English, and they spitting this shit word for word.
Oh, they
word
that
for
shit.
Word, huh?
Yeah, Jay can start a line and have you finish it for him.
Oh yeah, of course, because
but
he
he's
played
the first key out the song. Just ding,
he played.
And then,
he played the ninjas in Paris. And of course, when he was quiet about the beat went quiet when Jay-Z part came on, and the crowd was just singing that shit, and it was just like, yo, that is just nuts. And Marcus, you're right. His wife don't play. His wife don't wear no clothes.
Yeah, I don't know if that's a ritual that's going on.
Yeah, she's his handler. She checks in.
I don't know what's going on with that. That's like if he's telling her to do that.
It's weird that you would want to have.
Because he went from preaching, I'm gonna make a fucking porno site. Like she's in his ear.
Yeah. It's very weird that she just never has clothes on.
And then I had this weird conspiracy theory in my head. I was like, what if he went out and intentionally got a chick that looks like Kim Kardashian so that he can make her walk around like that? So in his mind, it's like he's doing that to Kim in a weird way.
Correct.
Marcus, that's her fucking with his head.
You can't get us a copyright.
They fucking with his head.
No, so do you think it would be if this is a video from somebody off Twitter? You think it would be an issue? Because I was just thinking that too.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they didn't play anything here, but just listen. I'm gonna turn the volume up. Just listen to this real quick. So you hear them going nuts a little bit, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that was just off the one key. That wasn't like obviously a song, but when you see just how much them people in South Korea, I didn't know they mess with Kanye like that out there.
Of course.
They love this.
Mm-hmm.
All right, favorite Kanye song? Off top.
There's too many to name, dog. I'm a big Kanye fan. I won't even.
Two
I
words.
won't
It's
even
because of Mos
pretend
Def. He never breaks the 2-word rhyme scheme.
he didn't. K West, hot shit, get back, get them people, got this. Yeah. Nah, he
BKNY
did that.
best that, yeah.
Yeah. Too many, too hard. That's yeah. No. But for me, favorite Kanye song. Geez, there's so many of them. I don't know. Crack Music is my shit. Anything he's done with Pusha is my shit. Anything he's done with Jay is my shit. Like, nah, that's my guy. Musically. I don't co-sign everything he do, but the music is fire. But anyway, hey, look, let's get up out of here. Marcus, let's take us home, man.
All right, and I guess I'll throw out mine. I already told you one of them was that one you listed before, and then
till I get my money right. La, la. Wait till I get my money right.
Jesus Walks, and then
boom.
I say
boom.
Diamonds.
Drive slow is Midwest as fuck.
I would say diamonds are forever.
Throw your diamonds in the sky.
And I'm talking about the not the
never know, homie. Might need some hoes, homie.
I'm talking about the one where he really talking
about your brakes and drive slow.
Which one?
I'm talking about the one where he's talking about the diamonds of Sierra Leone, not the Jay-Z one.
Oh yeah, Lupe Fiasco got a fire verse on that too.
Mm-hmm.
You should hear Lupe's shit.
But yeah, it's 4:16. I gotta hop off here. Go put some food in my belly and get myself stretched out properly for my game tomorrow.
Thanks for having me, gentlemen. Nice shooting the shit with you.
Greg, thanks for coming through, man.
Definitely glad to have you here, Greg. Oh, and then thank you also to Yonina for swinging by earlier, and definitely Wheezy. I mean, it's definitely always a fun time when we're able to have people on to join us. I said guest on, so
Wheezy said if me and him have a drink and a spliff, that I'm gonna think that he gonna be the one like, God damn, now I gotta tell everybody, yeah, I changed my mind. But it's all good.
I just want to when that happens, hopefully Trey is over there too, and then y'all all just call me because I wanna hear the
okay, yeah, that'll work.
I don't know.
When you guys end up at Cheetahs, just tell him Horny Montana sent you. That's Wheezy's alias.
Okay, that's what we tell him?
Yeah.
Okay, bet.
But all right, shout out to everybody who's tuned in, whether you're on the YouTube side, whether you're on the Rockfin side, whether you were listening on Facebook, or whether you've listened all the way to this point and you're watching as a replay. Much love and appreciation to all of you. Like I was telling Free Thinker over there on the Rockfin side, I don't think people realize even if you don't have money to tip or nothing like that, how much we appreciate y'all just being here. It wouldn't be no show without all of y'all who are in the audience, who are listening to us, who are supporting us, whether you're tweeting it out, retweeting, share, whether you're in the comment section during the live or after the show, you're dropping comments. All of that helps the show. If you can, please furnish us with a nice like. Doesn't cost you anything to tap that like button. And much love and appreciation to all y'all. Y'all have a safe rest of the week, safe weekend. And if World War III pops off anytime, we'll definitely be on to holler about that. I don't know what the situation is going to entail, but make sure y'all all give y'all loved ones a hug and a kiss from me. You know, get the babies a hug. Much love. All y'all be safe out there. This has been the Political Matrix.
Stay authentic, gentlemen. God bless.
God bless you all.
guys.